Hey guys, tonight we venture high into the frost-bitten peaks of the Andes, where the air is thin, the stars burn like silver pinpricks, and, believe it or not, guinea pigs snore softly next to ancient royalty. Yes, guinea pigs. Not in cages, not in kindergarten classrooms, but wriggling under embroidered blankets beside emperors and nobles, breathing tiny clouds into the cold mountain night. You blink. This can't be real. You're picturing a fluffy hamster-like creature in a golden sleeping cap, maybe spooning a king. But hold that thought, because in this forgotten corner of the past, guinea pigs weren't just pets or protein. They were living, squeaking bed warmers, prestige companions, sometimes prophets, occasionally dinner. And tonight, you get to curl up beside the Inca Sapa himself, feeling the heat of a dozen rodents pressed against your skin. You probably won't survive this, because your modern immune system isn't built for shared fur piles and stone floor winter. But that's a worry for the morning. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. It's always cool seeing this sleepy little history club stretch across the globe. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You open your eyes inside the chambers of a royal Andean palace, possibly the Coricancha temple in Cusco, walls sheathed in glowing sheets of gold. It's not silent. The air hums softly, punctuated by high-pitched purrs and chirps, like squeaky shoes across velvet. Your feet press into thick alpaca wool rugs, but even still, the cold crawls into your bones like a ghost. And that's when you see them. Guinea pigs, dozens, maybe hundreds, waddling like plush marshmallows across the stone floor, nesting under the king's sloped wooden bed, nuzzling each other in tiny piles beside hearths. Some are jet black, others snowy white or golden caramel. They're not in cages. They're free, and they own the place. Your first instinct is to scream. But the king's asleep, his regal profile just barely lit by the flicker of a torch. And he's cradling one in each arm like babies. Their fur rises and falls with his breathing. Another is curled at his neck like a scarf. One snoozes on his chest. You swear it's purring. Here in the Inca Empire, around the 15th century, this wasn't some fever dream. It was nightly reality. Guinea pigs, or cuy, as they're known in Quechua, were woven into the very fabric of life, warmth, and belief. You didn't just own guinea pigs. You lived with them, prayed with them, sacrificed them, and, if you were lucky, slept with them. Royal palaces weren't the only places this happened, but here in the highlands, where nighttime temperatures dipped below freezing, the upper class had options. They could burn more wood. They could wear extra layers. Or they could rely on a simpler, fluffier solution: cuddling with a colony of body-warmed space heaters. You see, guinea pigs maintain a toasty average body temperature of about 102 degrees or 39 degrees, and they radiate it generously, especially when huddled in numbers. Historians still argue whether the Inca intentionally bred guinea pigs for warmth first, or if it started as a side effect of domestic food stock. But over time, these animals wriggled their way into homes, hearts, and eventually beds. You follow a servant through a moonlit hallway, barefoot and yawning, toward the women's quarters. More guinea pigs dart between your feet. One stops to sniff your toe. The servant doesn't flinch. She lifts her skirts so two can scurry by. You reach the room of a noblewoman. She's already curled beneath blankets, with at least 5 rodents warming the space around her knees. You can't help it. You ask if this is normal. She grins. Would you rather freeze? She makes a fair point. At altitudes above 11,000 feet, hypothermia isn't a punchline. Nights bite, and stone walls don't insulate, even if you're rich. Especially if you're rich and used to open rooms with ceremonial ventilation slits. Fire alone can't do the job. But add in a few dozen palm-sized heaters that squeak and cuddle, and you've got nature's perfect hot water bottle, without the rubbery smell. There's also a kind of status in it. Not everyone could afford to keep so many guinea pigs alive just for warmth. The poor might keep a few, mostly for food. The elites, they could dedicate entire chambers to the fluff army. You sit down on a low mattress, thick wool stacked on carved stone, and let 3 of them climb onto your legs. They chirp. One tries to groom your blanket. You're unsure if this is adorable or mildly terrifying. Probably both. Out in the hallway, another servant gently combs a large white guinea pig with a gold-handled brush. It's being readied for the emperor's sleeping chamber. Groomed, pampered, pre-warmed. This, apparently, is the ancient Andean equivalent of a lavender-scented pillow spray. The guinea pig closes its eyes, and suddenly, the idea doesn't seem so crazy. You lie back. The roof above you disappears into shadows. Stars twinkle through a gap in the ceiling. Somewhere nearby, a guinea pig squeals, a brief, high-pitched alert. It's answered by a series of sleepy grunts. It sounds like they're having a tiny conference call. Your body, for all its modern skepticism, begins to relax. Heat seeps into your skin from a dozen tiny paws and furred bellies. You drift, and as sleep pulls you under, you realize you've just become part of a ritual that's older than electricity, deeper than custom, and fluffier than any bedtime story you've ever known. Section 2. Your eyes flutter open again, because something soft just climbed onto your arm and squeaked in your face. You try not to scream. You're a guest here, after all. It's a ginger-colored guinea pig with dark button eyes and fur like sun-baked wheat. It sniffs at your elbow, circles twice, and curls up like a cinnamon bun. Already, you feel its warmth bleeding through the thick wool sleeve. Welcome back to the Andean highlands. The hour is somewhere between midnight and eternity, and even the stars seem to be hugging themselves tighter against the cold. But you, surprisingly, are warm, and the reason lies sprawled across your chest, snoring faintly. Let's talk about the cold, because that's what makes all of this make sense. You're nearly 12,000 feet above sea level. That's about as high as commercial planes fly. Except there's no pressurization, no blankets handed out by flight attendants. Just thin air and bone-chilling night. At this altitude, your breath fogs instantly. Water boils at a lower temperature, making tea a bitter game of chance. And sleeping without insulation? That's less charming rustic getaway and more prehistoric popsicle cosplay. So, if you're an Andean noble trying to sleep through the night, you don't just rely on fire. Fire is fussy. Fire requires fuel, smoke escapes, embers die. But guinea pigs stay. They huddle, they cling, and best of all, they're portable. You stretch your fingers and touch one nestled by your side. It wriggles, but doesn't run. That's because it was born into this. These aren't wild guinea pigs plucked from the mountainside. These are domesticated, specially bred, culturally embedded living heaters. Here's something fun. Guinea pigs have a resting body temperature around 102 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly 39 Celsius. That's hotter than yours, hotter than a human fever. Multiply that by, say, 10 guinea pigs, all packed under the same blanket, and you've got a personal furnace without ever lighting a match. Mainstream science agrees on this thermodynamic marvel. The Incas, though lacking thermometers, knew how to feel warmth. So, guinea pigs weren't just convenient. They were strategic. And they weren't random guests in the royal bedroom. No, they were selected, groomed, chosen for their fluff, their temperament, their behavior in tight spaces. The most docile ones were kept closest to the king. The feisty ones, probably reassigned to the kitchen, or sacrificed at temple ceremonies, but we'll get there later. Historians still argue whether the original intention was warmth, companionship, or symbolism. Some say guinea pigs represented fertility. Others say they were chosen because their squeaks were believed to carry spiritual messages from the gods. A few fringe theorists have even proposed they were seen as bridge creatures, beings that connected the human realm with the animal spirits of the mountains. You roll onto your side, and 3 more guinea pigs instinctively shift with you, like a very soft, very squeaky blanket. There's no escaping them now. And weirdly, you don't want to. The walls of your room are carved stone, masterfully slotted together, without mortar. They're beautiful, sure, but they trap cold, like a jealous ex clinging to every draft. The ceiling is slatted with polished wood, but even that groans under the weight of snow or wind. Imagine trying to sleep here without help. In fact, archaeological digs have found layers of guinea pig droppings embedded in ancient palace floors, not just in kitchens or pens, but bedrooms. And you don't get that kind of biological record unless you're housing a full-time furry workforce. Now, if you're imagining chaos, guinea pigs running wild, chewing on tapestries, leaving little gifts everywhere, you're not wrong. But this wasn't madness. This was maintenance. There were servants whose job it was to manage the royal guinea pigs. They swept floors, fed them grasses and herbs, even brushed their fur before bedtime, ensuring the animals were clean and relaxed when it came time to tuck in. There's even speculation, a hot debate, really, among historians about whether Incan nobles trained guinea pigs to stay within certain perimeters of the bed, using scent, warmth, or even soft barriers, like rolls of wool. The image of a royal guinea pig wrangler with a feathered leash. Sadly, no evidence yet. But oh, how the mind wanders. You pull the blanket tighter and realize you're not alone in your appreciation. Beyond this room, across the empire, thousands of Andean families likely did the same, curling with their guinea pigs in adobe houses under star-pierced skies. What began as utility became intimacy, and intimacy, over time, becomes tradition. Back in this room, the king stirs in his sleep. A cluster of guinea pigs reshuffles across his chest. One licks his chin, probably mistaking it for salt. He grunts, but doesn't wake. You wonder, was this nightly contact with the kui also a kind of grounding? An emperor surrounded by whispers of war, tribute, omens, perhaps found comfort in the heartbeat of a 10-ounce fur ball nestled at his ribs. You certainly do, because despite the altitude, despite the stone floors, despite the fact that your sleepover companions are technically edible, you are warm, you are held, and above you, the Andean stars keep shining. Cold, ancient, indifferent. But down here, a dozen tiny creatures remind you that sometimes the simplest answer is the coziest. Section 3. Morning is still hours away, but your eyes crack open again, just long enough to see one of the guinea pigs making slow circles on your chest, like it's unsure whether to settle down or stage a breakout. You blink, then it sneezes. Congratulations. You've now experienced the ancient Andean alarm clock. Not that anyone in the palace is actually alarmed. This is business as usual. Another night with 100 hot potatoes squeaking lullabies under alpaca blankets. But if you're still scratching your head, wondering how on earth guinea pigs got into royal beds in the first place, the answer starts way below the blankets. In the kitchen. Let's rewind. Long before kui were treated like fuzzy electric blankets, they were food, yes, in a land where llamas carried your luggage and quinoa hadn't yet gentrified the Western pantry. Guinea pigs were the meat of the people. Lean, protein-rich, and surprisingly efficient to raise. They didn't require grazing land, didn't bellow, and, conveniently, fit in clay pots. In the Andes, where agriculture was limited by altitude and terrain, kui were the ideal protein source. And they weren't just for the poor. Even in royal kitchens, guinea pigs were roasted, grilled, stewed. They were a delicacy. And like all delicacies, they crept upward, first onto noble plates, then into noble rituals, and finally into noble bedrooms. It's unclear exactly when the shift occurred, when the animals stopped being just dinner and started being multi-purpose snuggle chefs. Historians still argue whether this transition was intentional or incidental. Was it warmth first or worship? Pet first or protein? But what we do know is this. The guinea pig's journey from stew pot to canopy bed wasn't an overnight squeak. Imagine this. A noblewoman in the 13th century, bundled under furs during a particularly brutal dry season. The hearth is out, her servants are asleep, and the icy air slithers through the cracks in her perfectly carved stone walls. She hears rustling near the floor, then feels something furry crawl up beside her. It's dinner. Or rather, it was dinner, until it decided to take a nap in her armpit. And suddenly, she's not freezing anymore. She's grumpy, but she's warm. And when she tells her sister the next day, it becomes a joke. The joke becomes a habit, and the habit becomes a tradition. What starts in the kitchens often ends up in the courts. You might laugh, but history is full of this kind of evolution. Cats were first worshipped, then vilified, then memeified. Potatoes went from poisonous to powerful. And guinea pigs, they got cozy. Soon enough, the palace started noticing. Servants who handled guinea pigs for meals began sneaking the warmest ones into their bedding at night. Eventually, someone powerful noticed. Maybe a priest? maybe a noble, maybe even the Sapa Inca himself, feeling curious after a long, Cold War meeting. And once a king cuddles a guinea pig and likes it, game over. That's how trends start. Suddenly, guinea pigs weren't just livestock. They were furniture. You stretch under your blanket and glance across the room. One of the royal cooks stands at the door, arms folded, watching the pile of sleeping rodents with what might be amusement or horror. She's here to collect the ones that didn't make it through the night. Yes, we need to talk about that part too. Guinea pigs are adorable, but fragile. Cold, illness, or even a rough tumble from a blanket could end them, which meant turnover was high. The palace required a constant stream of replacements, both for dinner and for bed. So the same kitchens that roasted cuy for ceremonies also bred them for bedtime. It wasn't weird. It was efficient. That's when you notice something even more peculiar. The guinea pigs all look slightly different. Some are shaggier. Some have longer snouts. Some even have tufts of fur styled upward, like natural mohawks. Selective breeding? Absolutely. You've just stumbled into the secret of the royal guinea pig bloodlines. Because once koi became multifunctional, part warmth, part companion, part status symbol, the breeding programs got fancy. Royal breeders sought larger guinea pigs with longer fur, gentler temperaments, and quieter voices. The ideal cuy would sleep through the night without biting, squealing, or relieving itself in unfortunate places. A tall order, but not impossible when you're the emperor of an empire that spanned nearly the length of modern-day Chile. There are whispered records, nothing definitive, suggesting the Inca elite paid premiums for bed-certified guinea pigs. The fluffier, the better. The calmer, the more prized. It's not unlike how some people today buy hypoallergenic dogs for their Manhattan apartments. And of course, the best of these prized fluff nuggets never saw a stew pot again. They were pampered, carried in woven baskets, massaged with fragrant herbs before sleep, fed grain mash and wild greens. One chronicler even claimed he saw a palace servant lull a guinea pig to sleep by humming. You reach down and scratch behind the ears of the one near your knee. It tilts its head, then leans into the touch. Don't get too attached, because in about 5 hours, that guinea pig might be turned into breakfast. Yes, there's the cruel twist. Inca royalty may have adored their cuy, but they were still realists. You didn't waste resources. If a guinea pig died in its sleep, cooked. If one got too old to cuddle, cooked. If a festival needed sacrifices, you guessed it, cooked. But this fluid boundary between pet and protein wasn't unusual back then. Even today, many rural Andean families still raise guinea pigs inside their homes, sometimes cuddling them, sometimes eating them. It's less about contradiction and more about coexistence, kind of like how we love cows in children's books, but also in burgers. So here in the palace, as dawn inches closer, you lie half asleep under wool and fur, surrounded by a species that has slipped between categories, like a whisper. Pet? Heater? Dinner? Who's to say? But one thing's for sure. You've never slept warmer. Section 4. You're somewhere between sleep and consciousness when a wet nose nudges your chin. The soundscape is all rustle, and whisper, like leaves brushing a silk drum. Then, pop. A sudden squeak cuts the stillness like a hiccup in the universe. You blink into darkness, but shapes begin to form. The royal bedchamber, with its golden inlays and rough-cut stone, stretches quietly around you. The fire's gone out. Breath fogs from the lips of every human in the room. And yet, you are warm. Not by miracle, by mammal. Specifically, by the 20 or so guinea pigs currently curled around your feet like a set of vibrating slippers. This is not your usual sleepover. Let's be honest. You didn't think it would work. You were skeptical. Everyone is, the first time. But now, swaddled in alpaca wool blankets and the ever-persistent body heat of rodent snuggle clusters, you're beginning to understand. And maybe even enjoy it. It's time to fully immerse yourself in the night routine of a Sapa Inca, the divine ruler of the Inca Empire. You turn your head toward the king's sleeping platform. It's raised above the floor by smooth stones, topped with layers of fur and cloth woven so tightly they defy logic. A tapestry of puma patterns trails to the ground. The king's form lies beneath it, flanked not by wives or warriors, but by guinea pigs. Yes, even here, in the sacred heart of imperial power, the fluff reigns supreme. And this isn't a man who does things halfway. The Sapa Inca is the son of the sun, chosen by Inti himself to rule. Every breath he exhales is spiritual currency. Every blink a symbol of cosmic authority. And yet, he snores beside rodents. How do we reconcile this image? Turns out, quite easily. Because to the Inca, harmony with nature wasn't just poetic. It was sacred. Mountains were gods. Rivers, spirits. Crops had moods. And animals. They were bridges, messengers, companions. If you ruled the world, you ruled its creatures too. But ruling doesn't always mean dominating. Sometimes it means sleeping with your subjects. Now here's a delicious irony. The Sapa Inca, decked in gold during the day, sleeps in a room dimly lit by llama oil lamps and warmed by dozens of snoring furballs. He doesn't bat them away. He doesn't order them caged. He lets them climb on him like a slow-moving tide. There's a ceremonial aspect to this, of course. Every night before sleep, attendants bring in a handful of specially chosen guinea pigs. Quiet ones, large ones, often blessed by priests. The king may even stroke them while murmuring prayers. One servant is tasked with gently brushing their coats to remove parasites. Another sprinkles crushed eucalyptus leaves to keep the air fresh and balanced. You spot a girl entering now. She holds a shallow clay bowl of crushed herbs and coals. It's Palo Santo. She walks the room, the smoke curling like incense, mingling with the faint scent of hay and fur. You'd think it would be unpleasant, but it's calming, hypnotic even. The guinea pigs begin settling, as if trained to respond to ritual. Some tuck into small hollows in the bedding. One perches on a folded textile, like it owns the kingdom. You'd almost laugh. Except this is all real, scripted, practiced, sacred. Historians still debate whether this ritual sleep arrangement was for comfort, health, or mystic alignment. Some say the king's body had to stay in harmony with the earth's living energies, and guinea pigs, being close to the ground, were ideal conduits. Others think it was simpler. Guinea pigs prevented nighttime chills and spirit sickness, both very real fears in high-altitude society. Either way, the result is the same: a royal sleep cocoon wrapped in whiskers and squeaks. You take a deep breath. The air smells of clay, fur, wood smoke, and dried grasses. Sounds come in layers: soft footfalls, faint creaks, an occasional human cough, and always the low muttering of sleepy rodents. Not exactly spa music, but somehow peaceful. You stretch gently so as not to launch your foot warmer off the bed. He squeaks in protest, but doesn't move far. And then you remember, this isn't just about heat. These creatures are status. The king's guinea pigs are bred for appearance: silkier fur, rarer patterns. A speckled white and caramel one climbs onto his pillow. Now, nuzzles his cheek. No one stops it. In fact, the priest in the corner, half dozing with a blanket over his lap, opens one eye and nods approvingly. That was a good omen, apparently. Even fringe historians, those delightful scholars with wild hair and looser ties to funding, suggest guinea pigs might have been seen as omens. If a certain guinea pig chose to sleep by the king's heart, it signaled favor from the gods. If they avoided him, not great. If they squealed all night, war. If they gave birth, double harvest. Naturally, modern academics roll their eyes at this, but who are they to judge? They've probably never had a royal kwai choose them. You pull your blanket tighter. It's so quiet now. The coals in the brazier glow gently. Shadows flicker across the gold-framed walls. Someone outside strikes a clay bell, marking the slow march toward dawn. And still, no one moves. You start to count guinea pigs. 3 by your feet. 2 on your chest. 1 nestled like a comma under your chin. 8 visible around the room. Maybe more in the shadows. You think about your own world, your memory foam mattress, your digital sleep tracker, your lavender spray that smells a little too much like grandma's bathroom. And you realize none of it ever made you feel this grounded. Because tonight, you don't just sleep. You participate in a rhythm older than kings, in warmth born not from wires or synthetic fibers, but life, breath, fur, connection. And even if they wake you up sneezing, the trade-off is worth it. Because in the palace of squeaks, dreams run soft, and history breathes beside you. Section 5. Morning in the Andes is no gentle affair. The sun rises like an ember through a frozen sky, blazing gold against stone terraces, igniting every glacier-capped peak in pink. And inside the palace, the first sounds of life begin not with trumpets or drums, but with a soft, eager squeaking. Several of your furry companions are already up and waddling, their tiny nails clicking against the smoothed stone floor like polite rain. One boldly hops off your blanket. Another is halfway inside your sleeve. You sit up, groggily, and that's when you see her. A young noblewoman in a richly woven wrap steps through the door, accompanied by 2 servants, one holding a bundle of herbs, the other a large clay bowl. They walk solemnly toward the center of the room, where the guinea pigs from the emperor's bed are being gently gathered. She kneels, and from the folds of her robe, she pulls out 3 guinea pigs, all plump, all calm, all neatly combed. You blink. Did she just bring them as a gift? Oh yes. Welcome to the next delightful layer of this cozy rodent onion. Guinea pigs as dowry. You probably assumed dowries in the Inca world consisted of gold, textiles, land, or maybe a herd of llamas, if you were really showing off. And you'd be mostly right. But here's the spicy bit. Guinea pigs were often part of the deal too. In many regions under the Inca Empire, brides were expected to contribute to the household economy. That meant not just beauty, grace, or fertility, but livestock. And while cows and sheep were non-existent in pre-Columbian South America, the guinea pig filled that niche, pint-sized. So when a marriage was arranged, especially among the nobility, guinea pigs weren't just thrown in as side perks. They were essential. Sometimes as many as 20 or 30 were presented by a bride's family as a sign of fertility, warmth, and devotion. And not just any guinea pigs. Oh no. These were often raised from birth to be showpieces. Sleek fur, clean paws, no missing ears or ragged squeaks. They were brushed, fed special herbs, sometimes even rubbed with fragrant oils like huacatai to make their coats shine. There's a clay tablet in a museum in Cusco that shows a bride holding a basket of guinea pigs in one hand and a woven shawl in the other. Her face is solemn. The guinea pigs look, frankly, unimpressed. Fringe archaeologists have even speculated that specific Kwiwai bloodlines were tracked by certain villages. Imagine a registry for royal guinea pig breeders. Somewhere out there, in a cold stone storeroom, maybe a priest was scribbling, "This one descended from Golden Fluff II. Excellent for sleeping near the feet." Historians still debate whether brides were expected to continue breeding guinea pigs after marriage, or if their primary role was to deliver an initial set to bolster the household supply. Some say it was symbolic. Here, I bring you warmth, food, and the promise of continued life. Others say it was practical. Here, now you won't freeze to death next month. The truth? Probably both. The young noblewoman before you bows deeply as a priest approaches to inspect the animals. He examines one carefully, checks its ears, lifts its paw like a tiny boxer being weighed before a match. It passes. She beams. You watch in awe as she steps back, now part of a line of 3 other brides-to-be, each presenting their own bundles of fluffy dowry. You can't help but wonder, was there competition? Were the guinea pigs judged like beauty queens? This one has a symmetrical nose. Ah, but this one purrs when you hum. Is that double fluff density? Perhaps there were even elaborate rituals to test them. Do they startle easily? Do they panic in a pile? Will they bite if someone rolls over in their sleep? You chuckle at the thought of an Incan reality show. The Bachelor, Cuy edition. But the practice wasn't just a royal quirk. Evidence suggests this tradition existed even among farming families. A peasant girl marrying into a wealthier household might present 2 or 3 guinea pigs, nestled in hand-woven baskets lined with dried leaves. Not because she had to impress, but because she genuinely needed to help keep the new home warm. And unlike chickens or ducks, which made noise, ran away, or pecked at children, guinea pigs were docile, cooperative, sweet, if a little nervous. They were portable dowries, alive with symbolism. After all, what says commitment more than handing over a squad of snuggle heaters to someone you're about to share a life with. You glance back toward your own blanket. One of your Kiwi companions is still asleep, belly up, like a tiny bear rug. Another is munching calmly on a strand of dried grass left by the servants. In this moment, it clicks. These guinea pigs were never just extra. They were the fabric of family making, status building, and emotional investment. To give a guinea pig was to offer your future, warm, soft, and breathing. And maybe that's why, in later ceremonies, when a noblewoman died, her favorite guinea pigs were buried with her. Not as offerings, not as food, but as lifelong companions, sleep partners for the afterlife. You shiver, not from cold, but from the haunting poetry of it all. Then the morning bell rings again. A servant arrives to gather blankets. The guinea pigs are gently corralled. The bride and her basket of fluff leave the chamber, and the day begins, warm, quiet, and filled with the echoes of love, fur, and the most adorably strange marital customs you've ever seen. Section 6. Later that morning, you trail behind a line of servants as they carry shallow reed baskets out to the temple courtyard. Inside each one, of course, is a guinea pig. Some sleep. Others blink calmly, as if they know something you don't. A few are decorated. Yes, decorated. With tiny threads of dyed alpaca wool tied around their necks like festive collars. This is no routine cleanup. You've woken up just in time for a sacrifice. Now, before you panic and try to launch a daring rodent rescue mission, pause. Because in the Andean world, sacrifice wasn't cruelty. It was communication. The guinea pigs being brought forward now aren't leftovers from the palace sleepover. These are ceremonial kui, specially selected, blessed by priests. And they are about to take center stage in one of the most important rituals of the month, a purification offering to Pachamama, the Earth Mother. You settle behind a low wall, barely breathing, as the crowd gathers. High-ranking nobles arrive, heads bowed. Priests in crimson robes circle the altar, chanting softly. Smoke curls from a pot of burning coca leaves. And in the center, a stone slab gleams with morning light. Then a priest steps forward, holding one of the guinea pigs high. It wriggles once, then settles. And here's where things get intense. Guinea pigs, for the Inca, weren't just livestock, or heaters, or dowry ornaments. They were sacred. Their squeaks were interpreted as divine murmurs. Their guts, yes, really, were used to read omens. And when things went wrong, drought, disease, earthquakes, they were offered up in place of humans. Not just because they were common, but because they were connected. Tiny, gentle, and deeply entwined with daily life, guinea pigs were seen as ideal spiritual vessels, close to the earth, close to the hearth, always nearby, always listening. And so, in times of need, they became messengers. Historians still argue whether every region practiced guinea pig sacrifice equally. Some archaeological sites show heavy ritual use, clay altars layered with tiny bones, murals depicting priests holding kui beside sacred flames. Others suggest it was mostly highland culture, but the consensus: if you lived in the Inca world, Guinea pigs were part of your sacred life. This morning's ritual is a seasonal one, a thanks to the mountain spirits for a good harvest, and a prayer that next season won't be awful. It involves coca leaves, chants, ash, and yes, the ceremonial offering of a guinea pig. You watch as the priest lays the animal gently on the slab. He murmurs a prayer. The crowd bows their heads. The air thickens. You can hear the wind brush the stone. And then, we'll skip the exact details here, for your dream's sake. Let's just say the ritual is performed swiftly and respectfully. The animal's spirit is released, its body offered to Pachamama. Ash is sprinkled. Another priest begins reading the signs, markings in the entrails, tremors in the muscles, final squeaks interpreted as signs. Yes, you heard right. Guinea pig entrail divination. It's called Kui Haruspitsi, and it was the Andean version of flipping tarot cards, except a lot messier. If the intestines looked twisted, bad luck. If they formed clean lines, good harvest. If there was a mark or blemish on the liver, someone in the village had angered the gods. Cue the awkward glances. You'd think this would feel barbaric. And sure, from your modern viewpoint, it's a lot. But the atmosphere around you isn't bloodthirsty. It's reverent, focused. The people watching don't cheer. They don't flinch. They're listening, not to the priests, but to the guinea pig. Because in their eyes, this little creature is speaking. And to be fair, the Inca were meticulous about signs. They read smoke. They read stones. They read stars. Reading guinea pigs was just another line of sacred code. You shift uneasily as a second guinea pig is brought forward. This one looks fluffier. A white and brown long hair with wide eyes. The priest cradles it like a newborn. It doesn't squirm. You hear someone behind you whisper, "This one was born under the moon." A good omen. Sacred, even. Perhaps it will spare the community from illness, or predict a wedding, or reveal the name of a traitor. Or maybe, just maybe, it'll tell the gods that things here are fine, that the people are warm, fed, and still listening. And that brings us full circle, because the same guinea pigs that warm your feet at night also warm the hearts of your community. They are utility animals, yes, but also spiritual translators. They are present for births, marriages, deaths, held in hands during prayers, whispered to before journeys, cradled in robes on long pilgrimages. They live in your walls, under your beds, beside your heart. And when they die, whether in sleep or in smoke, they are given back to the earth with ceremony and thanks. The priest's chant ends. The second guinea pig is lifted. A hush falls, and for a moment, even the cold wind waits. Then the ritual concludes. The smoke thins. The crowd disperses, and you're left blinking at the ancient stone, suddenly aware that today you didn't just watch a sacrifice. You witnessed a conversation, one held in fur and fire, one spoken in squeaks. Section 7. You spend the rest of the morning quietly wandering the temple corridors, your feet padded by ancient stone, polished smooth by centuries of sandaled footsteps. The guinea pigs are gone now, some back to their nests, others, well, you know where. But the mystery of their presence lingers. They weren't just sleeping buddies. They weren't just offerings. Something deeper runs under the surface, a spiritual undercurrent. And you're about to find out just how deep it goes. Because as you round the corner into a shadowed side room, you see it. A low ceremonial bench, a woven mat, a bundle of coca leaves, and in the center, a shaman cradling a guinea pig like a crystal ball. She doesn't look up. Her eyes are closed. She hums, a haunting, melodic vibration that seems to rattle in your chest. The guinea pig squirms once, then goes still. Welcome to the world of rodent-based fortune-telling. Yep, that's a thing. Known today in many Andean communities as limpia con cuy, literally cleansing with guinea pig. This practice dates back centuries and was already in full swing during Inca times. Even now, in rural Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, it's still performed. You'd think time would erode such a peculiar tradition, but no. It persists, stubborn and sacred. And now, you're seeing the ancient version. The shaman's hands glide slowly over the guinea pig's back, pressing gently, almost like a massage. Her hum rises and falls in strange rhythms. The guinea pig tenses. Then she lifts it high and passes it over the body of the woman kneeling before her, slowly, from head to toe, like a priest swinging incense. The animal wriggles. She murmurs, and the air grows heavy. Here's how it works. In this ritual, the guinea pig acts as a living sponge, soaking up illness, negative energy, or even spirit intrusions from the patient's body. Some believe the kuai can draw sickness into itself, becoming a sort of sacrificial absorber. Modern anthropologists still argue whether this is purely symbolic or if there's a psychological component at play. But in the Inca world, this was no performance. It was diagnosis. After the cleansing, the shaman may examine the guinea pig, alive or, more often, after sacrifice, to check for signs. Swollen organs, strange discolorations, internal anomalies that mirror the patient's symptoms. Yes, that means opening up the guinea pig to see what it reveals. We'll skip the squishy part. You're welcome. What you're witnessing now is the gentler half of the ritual, the transfer phase, and it's mesmerizing. The shaman finally lowers the guinea pig. She opens her eyes. They shine in the dim light like coals. Then she speaks. The woman nods. She weeps. She kisses the guinea pig on its nose. You want to ask what was said, but you know better. These moments aren't for tourists. Still, your mind swirls with questions. How did they decide guinea pigs could tell the future? Why not birds? Or frogs? Or, I don't know, llamas with dramatic eyebrows? Some historians suggest it all came down to proximity. Guinea pigs were everywhere, in homes, in kitchens, in beds. They were the closest animals to daily life, always listening, always watching, always reacting to shifts in energy. And that made them ideal spiritual barometers. If a guinea pig refused to eat, people noticed. If one squeaked at the wrong moment, say, when someone spoke the name of a rival, it could be interpreted as divine warning. There are entire folk tales built around this idea. In one Quechua myth, a warrior is caught in a lie during a marriage negotiation. A nearby guinea pig squeaks, unprompted. The father of the bride pauses. The warrior is questioned. And within days, war erupts. Coincidence? Historians still debate whether guinea pigs were trained to respond to cues during rituals, or whether their natural behavior was simply reinterpreted through a sacred lens, kind of like how a flickering candle might be a sign if you're in the right mood or wrong room. And here's the twist. Sometimes guinea pigs weren't used to foretell the future, but to change it. That's right. The ritual wasn't always passive. Some believed that by offering a guinea pig, you could shift fate, redirect a bad omen, appease a displeased mountain god. You'd hand over your fluffiest guinea pig, the one that purred when you scratched its belly, and in return, you might be spared a failed harvest, or a marriage collapse, or a mysterious illness that had been plaguing your son. There are even records of Inca generals consulting shamans with guinea pigs before military campaigns. If the cuy reacted calmly, the omens were favorable. If it panicked, delay the attack. Maybe send more offerings. In one such case, a general was reportedly warned by a nervous guinea pig that a storm would strike the army's route. He laughed. He marched anyway. And yeah, storm, slaughter, retreat. Oops. So you see, in this world, a squeak wasn't just a squeak. It was a whisper from the other side. The ritual ends. The shaman rises. She places the guinea pig, still alive, into a woven basket lined with grasses. She whispers to it once more. Then she turns to you, eyes sharp, mouth soft. "You're next," she says. Gulp. Section 8. "You're next?" The words echo through your rib cage like someone just tapped your heart with a flute. You half expect the shaman to laugh, to shrug it off. But no, she's entirely serious. She gestures to the mat. And the guinea pig? It's staring at you. So, you sit. The mat is coarse, but warm. The air smells like cedar, dried coca leaves, and faintly of guinea pig dander. The shaman kneels across from you. She hums again, a tune without words, rising and dipping like mountain wind. The basket shifts. Out comes a new guinea pig. A fresh one. This one's a deep chestnut brown, with a perfect little cowlick down its spine. Its nose twitches once. Then it goes very, very still. You're not sure who's more nervous, him or you. She lifts the guinea pig and slowly, carefully, begins passing it over your body. Head to shoulders, shoulders to chest, chest to stomach. Your skin prickles as its fur brushes your shirt. Its tiny claws tickle your arms like whispers of grass. Your breath slows. You have now become the guinea pig massage table. And strangely, it's kind of soothing. This is no gimmick. In the Andean highlands, the ritual of cuy cleansing has persisted for centuries. But it's not just tradition. It's sensation. And even modern visitors who've tried it report a strange lightness afterward, as if the weight of the day had been absorbed into that trembling little fur ball. You close your eyes. The shaman murmurs in Quechua, words you can't understand, but somehow feel. It's like she's talking to the air, and the air is listening. The guinea pig shifts again. And here's the wild part. He starts to purr. Yes, guinea pigs purr. Not quite like cats, more like a tiny motor rumbling under damp velvet. It vibrates through your sternum. It nestles under your ribs. It's as if the animal is tuning your insides, one squeak at a time. Then she stops. The animal is lifted. It's breathing quickly now, but not panicked. just purposeful. The shaman looks it over, her brow furrowed. You sit there, frozen, as she inspects its limbs, belly, ears. She makes a sound like, Historians still argue whether the conclusions drawn from such rituals were scripted or spontaneous. Did shamans read signs based on pre-learned cues? Or did they genuinely believe they were accessing the divine? Some fringe theorists believe that long exposure to body heat, smell, and vibration might have made guinea pigs unusually sensitive to human states, tensing near inflammation, squealing near sickness. Not impossible. Animals are weird like that. Still, it's hard not to feel self-conscious when a rodent is being used to assess your spiritual cleanliness. Finally, the shaman speaks. She tells you that your spirit is wandering, like a wind that doesn't know its mountain. She says your dreams are tangled, that you sleep but don't rest, that your breath pauses sometimes in the night, as though you're listening for a sound that never comes. You want to object, but you don't. Because, well, she's not wrong. She offers a sprig of dried munya and presses it to your chest. Sleep with this, she says. Under the heart. The guinea pig? It gets a nibble of sweet grass and a stroke down its back, then gently placed back into its basket, as if its role in your fate is now complete. You breathe deeply and feel oddly lighter. As you leave the chamber, one of the palace priests nods solemnly. You pass other people, villagers, guards, even young nobles, waiting their turn for the Kawi cleanse. This isn't spectacle. It's routine, reverent, necessary. The same way we modern humans meditate, check horoscopes, or spend $300 on a sound bath led by a guy named River. The Inca had their guinea pigs. And honestly, their version is warmer. You step back into the sunlight, dazed. The snow-capped mountains greet you like old friends. You hear a distant flute, the soft clatter of weaving looms, and yes, the faint squeal of guinea pigs echoing down from the upper terraces. Somewhere out there, your little chestnut friend is probably munching on a carrot, completely unaware he just realigned your soul. And the funny thing, you kind of believe it worked. Section 9. You wander uphill now along a gently curving path of sun-warmed stones, rising toward a cluster of rooms that cling to the palace like ivy. The sky is blistering blue, too bright to be real. Thin mountain air makes every breath a deliberate act. But you keep climbing, driven by curiosity. Because up ahead is a room that changes everything. A room where guinea pigs didn't just share your blanket. They shared your architecture. Welcome to the original Incan HVAC system. Let's be real. When you think palace, you imagine grand halls, high ceilings, velvet-draped windows. But the Inca? They built in stone. Thick, dense, unforgiving stone. Beautiful, yes, carved with terrifying precision, each block locked against its neighbors like puzzle pieces made by divine engineers. But stone doesn't insulate. At night, it becomes a refrigerator. And the higher you go into the Andes, the colder it gets. So, how did ancient royalty survive without fireplaces in every room or triple-glazed windows? Easy. They used guinea pigs and architecture. Step inside this small room, if you can call it that. It's more of a chamberlet tucked into the side of the palace, like a pocket. There's no furniture, no bed, just grooves in the walls, like shelves, and narrow tunnels bored through the stone base. You kneel down. From one of those tunnels, a breeze drifts past your face. But it's not a cold wind. It's warm. Historians still puzzle over these strange side rooms, some found adjacent to Incan bedrooms and elite residences. Some claim they were food storage. Others think they were for ceremonial fires. But there's another weirder theory, the one you're standing in now. These were guinea pig warming chambers. See, guinea pigs give off heat, lots of it. Pack enough of them together in a tight stone space, and it's like building a biological furnace. The curved stone ceilings, perfect for trapping and bouncing warmth downward. The narrow vents, designed to direct the rising body heat into adjacent rooms. Think of it as radiant heating, 15th century style. Fringe researchers call this biothermal Kuai convection. Yes, really. The idea is that you could maintain a whole bedroom at a tolerable sleeping temperature, without fire, just by routing guinea pig heat through cleverly placed vents and channels. You'd feed them herbs, keep them groomed, and in return, they'd keep your bones from icing over at night. Imagine being tucked into bed, while somewhere behind the wall, a room full of little heaters purrs away in the dark. Cozy, creepy, genius. You run your fingers along the edge of the vent. It's smooth, worn by centuries of breath and pause, maybe. Or maybe just the wind. No one knows for sure. But there's something undeniably deliberate about it. And there's more evidence. Archaeologists have found layers of guinea pig droppings beneath the floors of certain elite Incan residences, but only beneath specific rooms. Not kitchens, not pens, not storage. Bedrooms. It suggests those little creatures were allowed to roam freely underfloor, or were funneled into chambers adjacent to human sleeping quarters. Some reconstructions even show small sloping channels leading from these kuai warm rooms to the base of thrones or bedding platforms. Imagine a king lounging in golden robes as a trickle of warm air, generated entirely by his squeaky minions, rises to his feet. Royalty, renewable, rodent-powered. Historians still argue about whether these heating strategies were intentional innovations or happy architectural accidents. Some suggest the guinea pigs were housed nearby for convenience, and the heat transfer was just a bonus. Others argue vehemently for design intent. You can practically hear the scholarly debates. It's airflow science. No, it's poop coincidence. Either way, the results were undeniable. The Sapa Inca didn't freeze, and neither did his guinea pigs. But warmth wasn't the only benefit. There was something psychological. Knowing those creatures were nearby, hearing their faint chirps through the night, smelling their familiar earthy scent, it gave a sense of life in the walls. Companionship without words. A reminder that even in silence, you weren't alone. Kind of like having a dog sleeping at the foot of your bed. If your dog were 20 tiny space heaters with excellent reproductive habits. You take one last look at the chamber. A modern mind might call it gross, primitive. But here, in this frozen landscape of gods and empires, it feels ingenious. The sun creeps higher now. The cold ebbs, just a little. You imagine the guinea pigs beneath the stones, dozing in their warm stone sanctum, unaware that they might just be the greatest unsung engineers of the pre-Columbian world. and you step back into the corridor, grateful for warmth, for weirdness, and for the wisdom of ancient architects who knew when you've got no central heating, you bring in the fluff. Section 10. It's midday now, and the palace hums with soft activity. The air smells like toasted quinoa and sun-baked stone. Somewhere nearby, a group of children chase each other around a courtyard, trailing laughter and bits of dry grass in their wake. And between their darting feet, as natural as shadows, guinea pigs. So many guinea pigs. They scamper, lounge, sniff at dropped berries. Some follow the kids like loyal puppies. One wears what looks suspiciously like a miniature cape. You can't help but grin. Then you blink, because here comes something even stranger. A royal servant, arms folded, strides toward the children. Behind her, a second servant, carefully carrying a robe. Not just any robe, a regal garment, richly dyed and shimmering with gold thread embroidery. And what's sewn into its fabric? Tufts of fur, soft, white, caramel, and black. Oh, no. Yes. You've just met the ancient fashion trend known as rodents in royal pajamas, or more precisely, cuir couture, an elite Andean wardrobe innovation that brought warmth and prestige together in one gloriously fuzzy package. Let's be clear. No one was literally stuffing live guinea pigs into their tunics and strolling off to war. Though now you're picturing that, and it's amazing. No, this was more subtle, more stylish, and possibly more snuggly. Some ceremonial robes were lined with guinea pig pelts, not for vanity, but for practical insulation. Think of it like a thermal lining made from the most huggable material possible. The fur was lightweight, warm, and surprisingly durable when tanned correctly. And the Inca elite? They took their warmth very seriously, especially at night. You follow the robe as it's carried toward the emperor's sleeping chambers. It isn't for public display. It's a bedrobe, worn only in private, slipped over the body before lying down, thick enough to repel midnight frost, soft enough to soothe even the most overburdened sovereign. Now here's the kicker. Some of these garments didn't just use guinea pig fur. They incorporated entire pelts, shaped to preserve their original softness, and even, in some cases, the color patterns. There are fringe reports, unconfirmed but tantalizing, of royal bedrobes with decorative placement of the fur, forming stripes or swirls down the back. Others hint at cuy-themed motifs embroidered alongside the pelts, depicting tiny rodents curled into sleeping balls, tails tucked under, like sacred pictographs of comfort. Historians still debate whether these robes were status symbols or simply functional. Was it a humble cold weather hack? Or a royal fashion statement that whispered, "I sleep surrounded by luxury," and squeaks? Possibly both. And there's more. In rare cases, nobility reportedly wore live guinea pigs inside wide-sleeved tunics during the coldest months. Yes, live. Tucked into inner pouches like biological mittens, they provided portable warmth and occasionally comic relief. There's a record, half legend, half scandal, of a young Incan noble tripping during a religious procession because the guinea pig in his sleeve decided it wanted out. The chaos that followed? Let's just say it ended with laughter, a torn tunic, and one very confused animal. But here in the palace, It's clear the practice was more refined. You enter a room where noble women sit cross-legged on mats, embroidering in silence. One of them gently lifts a folded cloth from her lap. Inside, nestled like a jewel, is a guinea pig, not dead, not stuffed, alive, dozing, wrapped in a thin wool pouch sewn into the underside of her cloak. She notices your surprise and smiles softly. "For luck," she says. In her voice, you hear warmth, but also pride. The Inca saw no contradiction between utility and symbolism. If something could be sacred and practical at once, perfect. The guinea pig wasn't reduced to a thing. It was embraced as warmth, as fashion, as fate. You brush your fingers against one of the finished robes. The fur is impossibly soft. The stitching? Perfect. You wonder how many evenings were spent collecting the right pelts, tanning them, brushing them, sewing them with threads made from baby alpaca hair. This wasn't fast fashion. It was devotional, a whisper of love in every stitch. And honestly, you'd wear it. You'd wear the heck out of it. Because who wouldn't want to strut into a snowy mountain morning wrapped in ancestral snuggle fur, announcing, "Yes, I am warm, I am regal, and also, I'm probably being watched by a guinea pig." One final surprise catches your eye. Near the robe pile is a small clay tag, etched with symbols representing clouds and claws. It's a maker's mark, possibly the signature of the artisan who created the robe. Evidence, again, that these garments weren't just stitched. They were crafted as gifts, as tributes, as intimate armor against the chill of highland life. So tonight, when the sun sets and the king climbs into bed, it won't just be the guinea pigs cuddling beside him. It'll be their cousins, woven into his robe, lining his sleeves, whispering warmth through every fold of cloth. A family reunion of fluff, a fashion statement of love, a royal pajama party, 500 years ahead of its time. Section 11. By late afternoon, the sun slides westward and casts long gold shadows across the stone terraces of Cusco. You've had a hearty lunch, corn cakes, maybe a little llama jerky. Let's not ask what happened to some of your furry cuddle buddies from last night. And now you're back in the palace courtyard. And there they are again, dozens of guinea pigs, waddling between carved columns, basking in patches of sun, peeking under baskets, and generally acting like they own the place. Because, in a way, they do. You've met them as bed warmers, as spiritual tools, as capes and cuddles and clairvoyance. But now it's time to meet the guinea pig as a social flex. Yes, let's talk about status. Because here in the heart of the empire, not all guinea pigs were created equal, and not all were for everyone. Today, you're going to learn why sleeping with guinea pigs wasn't just about warmth. It was about wealth. First, let's remember, owning guinea pigs wasn't particularly rare. Most Andean households, even humble ones, kept them. They were easy to feed, took up little space, and doubled as dinner. But the number of guinea pigs, their color, their temperament even, that's where the flex began. Elite families, especially those in Cusco, were known to breed and keep hundreds. Yes, hundreds. Some were reserved for rituals, others for food. and many more simply lounged around like little rodent royalty. And if you had enough of them to dedicate an entire room to, you weren't just comfortable, you were important. Some families went a step further. They bred guinea pigs with rare coat patterns, white with dark ears, golden flexed, or solid jet black, which was particularly prized. These designer guinea pigs weren't sold. They were gifted, offered in marriages, traded between nobles, or brought as tribute to the Sapa Inca. You pass a stone enclosure now, sunken slightly into the earth, where a group of noble children are feeding their family's guinea pigs by hand. The animals are clearly pampered. One even wears a tiny collar woven from dyed reed. You're told this is the cool family. They once gave a priest a guinea pig so fluffy it was mistaken for a small alpaca. And that's when it really hits you. Guinea pigs weren't just livestock. They were currency, a unit of prestige. Historians still argue over whether there was an official guinea pig tax bracket. Like, if you have 30 garsui, you're a solid mid-tier noble. But there are records from Spanish chroniclers who seemed baffled by how Andean elites measured success by their rodent population. One conquistador wrote, with a mixture of confusion and condescension, that the wealthier homes did harbor many of these small beasts, which swarmed their halls and nested in their kitchens, as though gold were made of fur. He didn't get it, but you do, because when you walk into the sleeping chambers of the higher nobles, it's unmistakable. The number of guinea pigs isn't incidental. It's intentional. The more you had, the warmer you slept, the more you proved your ability to provide. Heat, food, spiritual connection. It was like saying, yeah, my guinea pigs are so well fed they don't even get sacrificed. They get hugged. You overhear two elderly women gossiping by a loom. One laughs and says, her daughter married a boy from the valley. They only had 6. The other gasps, like someone just suggested sleeping on bare stone. Then there's the truly elite families, the ones close to the Sapa Inca himself. These households received guinea pigs as gifts from the state, bred in imperial pens by master caretakers. These weren't just rodents. They were practically government-issued cuddles. Imagine it. You're a general returning from a victorious campaign, and instead of a medal, you get the softest, calmest, perfectly groomed guinea pig in the empire. You'd cry, you'd cuddle, you'd brag. Some say there was even a color code: white guinea pigs for religious use, black for omens, brown and gold for warmth and wealth. Historians still debate whether this was consistent or regional. But in highland Cusco? Oh, they noticed. One noblewoman was supposedly shamed for bringing a low-born, piebald cuy to a feast. She was never invited back. In the wealthiest homes, guinea pigs had names. Not just pet names, like Snuggles. We're talking poetic, Quechua-style epithets. Softest of the hearth, sleeper of the dawn, he who squeaks when lightning comes. One chronicler swore he met a noble who wrote poems to his favorite guinea pig, which slept near his head, and allegedly warned him of bad dreams. Can you prove that? No. Can you picture it? Absolutely. And remember, these weren't just emotional attachments. They were displays. You kept your best guinea pigs visible. Let them strut through your chambers like living silk slippers. When guests came over, they'd notice. They'd compliment. They'd whisper, Ah, they must be favored by Pachamama. Because in this empire, warmth wasn't just comfort. It was power. And the warmest people in the Andes, they slept with fleets of fur. Section 12. You're deep in the royal quarter now, just off a hallway carved with sun symbols and jaguar spirals. When a group of porters lumbers past you, huffing, grunting, carrying what looks like a crate of very restless laundry. But no, you hear it. Squeak. 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 And then comes the smell. Earthy, grassy, and very alive. You peek inside one of the crates and see at least 20 guinea pigs, all stacked together, like warm pastries in a bakery basket. They blink at you, unbothered. You've just stumbled onto one of the Inca Empire's most underappreciated systems of power, the guinea pig tax. Yes, taxes, the boring backbone of civilization. But forget coins or grain. In the Andes, tribute could take many forms, and for large swaths of the population, that form was furry. Here's how it worked. The Inca state didn't operate on cash. It ran on reciprocity. You gave labor, crops, cloth, or animals to the empire, and in return, you got roads, temples, protection, and the occasional god king blessing your village with a half smile. Guinea pigs? They were perfect tribute. They were portable, easy to breed, useful in rituals, delicious, and warm, and holy, and royal, and, as you now know, capable of being worn. So, yes, they were taxed, carefully, consistently. Villages across the highlands were expected to raise kui and deliver a quota to their local tambo, a kind of Incan supply depot. These guinea pigs would then be tallied, sorted, and sent upward through the administrative food chain to major cities and temples. Some were destined for sacrifice, some for ceremonies, and many, yes, for the imperial sleep pile. You follow the crate caravan toward a receiving area, basically a sunken plaza near the edge of the palace compound. Servants unload the guinea pigs. Others approach with reed counting cords, called quipu, to record how many were delivered and from which village. You watch a boy squint at one cord, then murmur, 72. That's a good month from Pucara. The porter nods. They started breeding with dried banana peels. You're not sure what that means, but apparently it's working. What you're witnessing isn't just logistics. It's a rodent redistribution network, an empire-wide guinea pig pipeline. And here's where it gets really interesting. Some villages specialized in certain types of guinea pigs. Highland breeders might raise large, long-haired koi, perfect for snuggling. Lower elevation areas focused on plumper, meatier animals. Others offered guinea pigs raised with sacred herbs or special diets believed to carry spiritual purity. It was like a medieval Whole Foods, but for rodents. Historians still argue whether there was a formal breed classification system, but archaeological evidence shows distinctive regional traits in guinea pig bones and fur found at different sites. Some even suggest certain breeds were royal only, reserved for nobility and temple use. And yes, these guinea pigs had passports. Okay, not actual passports, but they traveled. Tribute guinea pigs were often carried hundreds of miles, on the backs of runners, strapped in baskets, or even transported in bulk by llamas. There are accounts of messengers arriving breathless at mountaintop temples with squirming bundles tied around their chests. One record describes a runner arriving at Machu Picchu with 12 guinea pigs under his cloak and 2 nibbling on corn kernels tucked behind his ear. Multitasking. Of course, not everyone loved paying the guinea pig tax. For some rural families, it meant losing animals they'd raised since birth. Children cried, parents grumbled, but compliance wasn't optional. The Inca state watched closely. Fail to deliver your guinea pig quota, and your village might be given harsher labor duties. Or worse, lose ceremonial privileges. No one wanted to be the village that got cut from the Temple of the Sun's invite list. But when you paid your tribute, oh, the pride. You see it now, a village elder being handed a token of appreciation, a woven bracelet bearing the imperial seal. His face beams. He puffs his chest. Children cheer. They know what it means. Our guinea pigs slept with the king last month. The ultimate brag. You stand there, stunned, as the crates are wheeled off, some to the royal kitchens, others to the temple compound, and a few to the sacred guinea pig run. Yes, that's a thing. We'll get there later. And you realize the system was elegant, efficient, deeply woven into daily life. It wasn't just about warmth. It was about participation. Every guinea pig handed over brought a village closer to the center of the world. Every squeak in the royal chamber echoed back into the hills, where a farmer smiled and said, "That one was born in my house." Taxation, but make it fluffy. Section 13. You're standing now near the royal llama pens, just past a bubbling irrigation canal, watching a very large, very disinterested camlid chew. Something green and mysterious. The llama looks at you. You look back. You're thinking what everyone in your position thinks. Why not just sleep with one of these guys instead? It's a fair question. Llamas are warm, fluffy, famously expressive. They're basically walking space heaters with attitude. So why did Inca kings snuggle with guinea pigs instead of, say, flopping onto a llama pillow fort every night? Welcome to today's thought experiment. Llamas versus lap warmers. Because yes, size really does matter. Let's start with some stats. Llamas are big. We're talking 5 to 6 feet tall. 250 to 400 pounds of smelly, spitting glory. They're fantastic pack animals, beloved for their wool and endurance. But despite their teddy bear looks, they are not cuddly. Not really. Guinea pigs, tiny, palm-sized, soft as clouds. They purr. They don't kick. They don't try to eat your headdress when you're not looking. And most importantly, they fit in your bed without collapsing the entire sleeping platform. You trail behind a palace herder now, watching as he leads a caravan of llamas out toward the terraced fields. Each one wears a colorful woven neck strap. Some carry baskets filled with clay jars. None look like they want to be hugged. He notices you eyeing them. "Llamas?" he scoffs. "They'll spit in your eye if you breathe wrong." You believe him. And that's part of the answer. Temperament. Llamas are famously aloof. They tolerate humans, sure. They'll carry your grain, haul your firewood, pose majestically for empire propaganda. But curl up with one? Good luck. One kick from a llama hoof, and you're not warming up. You're waking up in the afterlife. Guinea pigs, on the other hand, are designed for domesticity. Archaeological evidence suggests they were domesticated in the Andes as far back as 5000 BCE. That's millennia of selective breeding to be calm, soft, and easily managed in close quarters. They didn't escape pens. They didn't bite much. They liked corners and blankets and your general presence. They were basically emotional support rodents before that was a thing. You imagine it now. Sapa, Inca, Tupac, Yupanqui, after a long day of inspecting canals and attending war councils. Does he want a 300-pound woolly beast breathing grass breath into his royal curls? Or does he want a dozen palm-sized radiators snuggled under his ceremonial blanket, gently squeaking lullabies into the night? Exactly. Historians still argue about whether llamas ever served indoor domestic roles like dogs or cats, or there are 0 accounts of llama bed sharing. Meanwhile, guinea pigs were literally found buried beneath bedroom floors in elite residences. Case closed. There's also the poop problem. Guinea pigs, tiny pellets, manageable, practically dainty. Llamas? Think soft serve machine, but with attitude. You don't want that in a royal bedroom, not even on the best alpaca rugs. Then there's heat distribution. Guinea pigs may be small, but they produce intense localized warmth. Cuddle one close, and it feels like holding a furry ember. Place a dozen strategically along your legs, chest, and arms, and you've got full-body thermal coverage. It's like sleeping inside a purring toaster oven. Llamas, meanwhile, are warm. But that warmth is wrapped in a foot of wool, a layer of skin, and a layer of distrust. Unless you're inside the llama, you're not getting much benefit. And we're definitely not going there. You continue walking. In the distance, you see a nobleman guiding a child, maybe 5 years old, toward a pen of guinea pigs. They kneel together, murmuring softly. The child reaches in and lifts a fluffy white one, holding it like a treasure. You think about the contrast. Llamas for hauling, guarding, and highland prestige. Guinea pigs for healing, cuddling, and spiritual communication. Llamas were work. Guinea pigs were home. One chronicler wrote, somewhat mockingly, that the great kings of the Andes kept small beasts at their sides while sleeping, though they owned entire herds of llamas outside their doors. He meant it as a dig. But really, it's a testament to the genius of the Inca. They understood that size isn't everything. That sometimes the fiercest rulers need the gentlest companions. That peace, true peace, might come not from standing next to a beast of burden, but from curling beside a choir of warm, sleepy squeaks. So the next time someone asks, "Wouldn't a llama be better?" you'll just smile and say, "Only if you're trying to wake up bruised and pooped on." Section 14. You're sipping something earthy and warm now. Chicha, maybe, and leaning against a sun-warmed wall when you hear it. A gasp. Then a scoff. Then the unmistakable rustle of heavy boots and far too much chainmail. You follow the sound. Around the corner, at the edge of the plaza, a group of strangers, clearly outsiders, stand wide-eyed, brows furrowed, mouths twitching with disbelief. Their armor gleams like oversized beetles under the Andean sun. Their eyes scan the scene with a mixture of curiosity and revulsion. One of them nearly drops his helmet when a guinea pig waddles over to sniff his boot. Congratulations. You've just entered the awkward collision point between empires. The moment when the Spanish first saw guinea pigs in royal beds. Let's be honest. They were horrified. Picture it. You've just marched thousands of miles across strange mountains, exhausted, low on patience, and high on colonizer arrogance. You enter what you expect to be a primitive little outpost, and instead, you find soaring architecture, streets cleaner than anything back home in Spain, gold walls, efficient plumbing, and the king is snuggled up with rodents. It didn't compute. The Spanish came from a culture where rats were vermin, plagues were blamed on fleas, and the only time you kept a rodent nearby was if you wanted the church to declare you possessed. So when they saw the Sapa Inca curled under a pile of fluffy, purring cuy, they didn't think cozy. They thought blasphemy. One early chronicler, disgusted, described the guinea pigs as heathen beasts, swarming the homes of even the wealthiest, treated as precious, though clearly unclean. He wasn't impressed by their warmth. He was worried about demonic furballs in sacred places. You see one of the conquistadors now, pointing dramatically at a group of guinea pigs being herded into a ceremonial chamber. His face contorts in that special 16th century way that says, "This offends both my theology and my fragile sense of superiority." The priest next to him clutches a crucifix. Because here's the thing. The Spanish weren't just confused. They were threatened. Guinea pigs weren't just household pets in the Andes. They were part of the entire sacred order, used in divination, honored in sacrifice, integrated into marriage and healing and sleep. They were woven into the soul of the culture, and the Spanish knew that if they wanted to dismantle the empire, they had to start with the symbols. So what did they do? They mocked it, publicly, frequently. They wrote that guinea pigs were lowly, unhygienic, fit only for eating. And even then, barely. They painted the Inca as animal worshippers, so attached to their vermin that they'd rather cuddle a cuy than listen to the gospel. It was spin. Strategy. If they could make the guinea pig seem shameful, they could make the Inca seem less human. And in time, that narrative caught on. Colonial records downplayed the role of guinea pigs in Inca life, reducing them to food, stripping them of their spiritual meaning. The warm, sacred bedfellows of the royal class became nothing more than meat. But they couldn't erase everything. Because even as the Spanish sneered, they noticed something else. The guinea pigs weren't going anywhere. They still skittered through kitchens, still huddled under beds, still squeaked during ceremonies. And in time, curious, conflicted, and maybe a little chilly, the Spanish tried them, first as food, then secretly, perhaps even as warmth. There's a diary entry from a lesser-known Spanish officer who confessed to tucking a guinea pig inside his vest during a cold mountain patrol. "It warmed my ribs better than wine," he wrote, "and when it nuzzled my heart, I dreamt no evil." He never told his captain. So while the official narrative pushed unclean animals, the truth on the ground was fuzzier. You walk past the Spanish troops now, listening as they whisper, scoff, and avoid stepping on a cuy that's bravely inspecting their muskets. One of the soldiers leans down, eyes locked with a silky white guinea pig that refuses to move. They stare at each other. Then, for just a second, The soldier smiles. Maybe he's remembering something. A dog back home. A childhood pet. Or maybe he's just thinking, actually, that does look really warm. Because no matter how far you travel, or how loudly you conquer, some things speak to the human spirit louder than politics. Like warmth, like softness, like the silent loyalty of a creature curled beside you in the night. And whether you're an emperor in golden robes or a shivering Spaniard far from home, you get it, you feel it, you need it. So while the official records shouted pagan nonsense, the beds kept filling with fur. The guinea pigs stayed. And the empire, quietly, squeakily, held its ground. Section 15. The evening breeze slides in cool and easy, curling through narrow corridors like a silk ribbon dipped in ice. You pull your cloak tighter as dusk descends over the city of Cusco. In the distance, drums thump, soft, slow, ritual. A signal, not a party, a prayer. You follow the sound and find yourself at a modest side temple, lower than the great Coricancha, but no less sacred. Outside, bundles of herbs burn low in a clay brazier, sending up tendrils of bitter smoke. A small gathering of villagers murmurs, heads bowed. And in the center, on a raised woven mat, lies a guinea pig, still, eyes closed, except this one is not being sacrificed. It's being monitored. Welcome to one of the strangest and most fascinating roles in ancient Andean healthcare. The guinea pig as plague detector. Yes, really. To the Inca, guinea pigs weren't just warm and cuddly. They were sensitive, observant, living warning systems. If something was off in the air, in temperature, in energy, in health, the guinea pig would know first. Think of them as the original canaries in the coal mine, except fluffier and squeakier. Tonight, the temple is on edge. A fever has swept through a neighboring district. Children are weak. Elders won't eat. Priests and herbalists have tried coca, munya, prayers to Ilapa, the rain god. But still, the illness creeps. So now they call the guinea pig. You take a seat on a stone bench as the lead shaman explains the process. The cuy is placed in a quiet space, fed specific herbs, and observed for hours. If it stays calm, all is well. If it panics, squeals, trembles without cause, it's a sign, a warning, an echo of an unseen sickness moving through the village. And in some cases, that's all it takes. The animal shivers. The shaman nods. The people act. You watch the guinea pig now, golden brown with a spot of white on its back, huddled beneath a thin blanket. It doesn't move much. Its sides rise and fall. Then suddenly, it sneezes. A collective murmur ripples through the crowd. To you, it's a cute moment, a tiny puff of sound. But to the villagers, it's a data point. And that's the key. In a world without thermometers, without microscopes, without Pasteur or penicillin, you read the world through what's alive. The guinea pig doesn't explain. It reflects, mirrors, absorbs. Historians still debate the reliability of this method. Some say it was superstition, wrapped in instinct. Others argue that guinea pigs, being so physically sensitive, might have actually picked up on things humans couldn't. Temperature drops, toxic herbs, mold spores, even human emotional distress. There's one modern study, yes, someone actually tested this, that found guinea pigs will change behavior when exposed to high carbon dioxide levels or sudden shifts in temperature, often before the humans around them notice anything. So maybe the Inca weren't off base. Maybe they simply trusted their tiny bio-sentinels more than we'd care to admit. And here's the real twist. Guinea pigs weren't just detectors. They were seen as absorbers of disease. We touched on this in the cleansing ritual. But in times of larger illness, when entire families were struck down, a guinea pig might be kept in the sick room, not as a pet, but as a sponge. Believers said the animal would pull sickness from the human body, acting as a living filter. If the guinea pig grew ill or died soon after, it had done its job. You shudder, because it's heartbreaking and kind of beautiful to offer your life so someone else might sleep easier. That's heroism. Whether you're a king, a priest, or a furball with a heartbeat and no idea what's happening. Back in the temple, the shaman declares the air unbalanced. Not yet dangerous, but not safe. The people nod. Someone runs to fetch dried herbs for boiling. Another sets off to warn the neighboring hill village. The guinea pig? It's lifted gently, kissed on the head, and placed into a clean basket with warm moss and 2 others. Will they keep it? You ask. The shaman shrugs. If it lives through the night, yes? You look into the basket. The guinea pig blinks up at you. Tiny, brave, totally unaware it just saved a neighborhood. This wasn't science as we know it. It was intuition, wrapped in reverence. To the Andean people, every living thing was part of a network. People, plants, stones, water, guinea pigs, each held a thread. And if one trembled, the whole web shook. You leave the temple with a new respect for the fuzzballs you once saw as squeaky decor. They weren't just bedtime buddies or fashion linings. They were early warning systems, little prophets with twitchy noses. And tonight, they're still watching, still listening, still trying in their way to keep the world warm and whole. Section 16. The night falls thick and purple over Cusco, that ancient city pressed between mountain shadows and starlight. You wander now into a quieter quarter of the palace complex, where the stone is darker, the carvings more worn, and the air feels just a bit thinner, as if even oxygen respects the old gods here. It's here, among fading murals and soot-stained niches, that you encounter the most peculiar legacy of the guinea pig, divine messenger, and sometimes trickster deity. Yes, you heard that right. In the tangled mythologies of the Andean highlands, nestled between sun gods, mountain spirits, and talking rivers, exists a series of folk tales where the guinea pig isn't just a pet. It's a sacred being, a helper, a guide, a stand-in for the voice of the earth, and occasionally a complete menace. Let's start with the sacred. Step into this shrine and look at the painted frieze along the wall. Under the faded ochre sun disk, there's a human figure with a bundle in his arms. At first, you think it's a baby. Then you realize it's a guinea pig. Big eyes, ears perked, tiny paws folded like a priest mid-sermon. A priest tells you the story. In the beginning of one Quechua creation tale, after the earth was formed and the rivers began to flow, the gods placed a guinea pig in the center of the first village, not to rule it, but to listen. This guinea pig, soft and silent, became the earth's witness. It watched marriages, births, battles. It remembered everything, and when the gods returned, it told them what had passed. Not with words, with squeaks. 3 long ones meant joy. A chirp meant danger. A sudden silence, that meant death had passed nearby. Historians still argue whether this myth predates Inca imperial theology, or if it emerged in the transition period between empire and colonization, a way for commoners to keep their beliefs hidden under Spanish rule. Some say the guinea pig was simply an allegory. Others believe it represented the voice of Pachamama herself. Whatever the origin, the myth stuck. You hear it whispered now among temple apprentices. The cuy sees more than the condor. The gods speak softly, and the guinea pig repeats them louder. But that's only half the story. Because in many rural Andean tales, especially post-Inca, in villages far from Cusco, the guinea pig isn't just a divine notary. It's a trickster. Imagine this. A traveler wanders the highlands at night, lost, cold, hungry. Suddenly, a small, fat guinea pig appears, hopping just ahead. It squeaks once and scurries into a cave. The traveler, desperate, follows and finds a stash of food, a warm fire, and shelter from a snowstorm. The next morning, the guinea pig is gone, but the traveler survives and swears he was guided by a spirit in fur. Other stories are less helpful. One tells of a greedy merchant who mocked the guinea pigs living in his walls, called them useless, threatened to cook them. That night, he dreamed of a guinea pig chewing through his coin purse. The next morning, his gold was gone, and his fields refused to grow anything for a year. Moral of the story: respect the whiskers. And then there are the trickster love tales. In one coastal village legend, a young woman is courted by 2 suitors, a rich but cruel man, and a poor farmer with a kind heart. One night, a guinea pig appears at her window. It squeaks exactly 4 times. She takes this as a sign to pick the poor farmer, or they marry. The cruel suitor tries to sabotage them, but every plan is foiled by accidents involving loose roof tiles, missing sandals, or mysteriously spoiled stew. Each time, someone swears they saw a small, brown guinea pig watching from the shadows. In these stories, the guinea pig becomes more than just a warm body. It's a symbol of quiet power, of seeing what others miss, of navigating the world through stillness and softness rather than claws or teeth. A strange kind of hero. Modern folklorists, still digging through oral traditions and colonial-era texts, continue to uncover more of these tales. Some have regional flavors: mountain guinea pigs who tame foxes, coastal ones who outwit priests. Others blend with Christian imagery, as people adapted their old beliefs into new forms. One story even tells of a guinea pig who snuck into a Spanish mass and squeaked at a crucial moment, revealing a priest who was hiding stolen gold beneath the altar. No notes. Absolute legend. You walk past another mural now, faint but visible. A guinea pig curled at the feet of a sleeping god, its eyes wide open, as though it guards the dreams of the divine. No cape, No lightning bolt, just quiet watching. It's hard not to be moved. You think back to last night, cuddled under heavy wool, heartbeat slow, warmth radiating from 10 tiny bodies pressed to your sides. Maybe it wasn't just about heat. Maybe, deep down, the Inca believed those creatures carried your spirit safely through the night. Maybe the gods, too, liked a soft blanket with eyes. Section 17. The morning finds you high on a ridgeline, wind whipping past your face as the ancient road, part of the Capacñan, the Royal Inca Highway, twists and dips along the cliffs. The stone beneath your feet is cut so cleanly you could slide across it. Below you, the sacred valley yawns open, green and gold and impossibly wide. And coming toward you, steady and swift, is a chasqui, one of the Empire's legendary runners. His breath is rhythmic, his stride flawless. He carries a small satchel slung over his shoulder and thudding gently against his back. And from that satchel, a small brown snout peeks out. Yes, he's carrying a guinea pig. And no, it's not lunch. You step aside as he flashes past. But curiosity nips at your heels like, well, a guinea pig. You follow the trail downhill, weaving through scrub brush and low-lying cacti until you reach a tampu, one of the Empire's rest stations. Here, the chasqui stops, drinks water, wipes his face, and hands off the guinea pig to another runner. Because in the Inca world, guinea pigs weren't just sleep aids or sacrifices or spiritual Wi-Fi. They were also portable warmth, and in some cases, living messengers. Let's break it down. Chasquis ran long distances, dozens of miles a day, carrying everything from messages carved on quipu cords to sacred herbs and urgent dispatches. Some even ran with special animals, symbols of good luck, protection, or divine authority. But in colder routes, especially at night, they carried guinea pigs for heat. You peer into the runner's satchel now. It's lined with llama wool, and nestled inside are 2 guinea pigs, snoozing. The heat inside is palpable, like a tiny oven at your hip. They warm the muscles, one runner tells you, and sometimes they warn of bad paths. You raise an eyebrow. He shrugs. One squeaked right before a rock slide. Another refused to move before a bridge collapse. I listen. Historians still argue whether this was superstition, smart biology, or a bit of both. But the practice has been whispered in stories and hinted at in oral traditions. While not all runners carried them, some definitely did, especially in high-altitude zones where frostbite was more threat than theory. Think about it. You're running at 14,000 feet, barely breathing, and the temperature drops like a stone once the sun dips. You can't saw. You can't build a fire, but you've got 2 living, breathing pocket heaters against your side. Game changer. And here's the twist. Guinea pigs didn't just warm runners. In rare cases, they were the message. You heard right. Some chasquis delivered guinea pigs as live tokens, a gift from a village, an offering to a noble, a sign of peace or warning. Because unlike carrying cold or cloth, a guinea pig was alive. It couldn't be stolen or forged. If it arrived healthy and calm, it proved the runner's path had been safe. If it arrived shaken or hurt, a silent alert. Something along the road was wrong. There's a tale told in the Highlands of a runner sent from one temple to another with a sacred guinea pig of the harvest moon. If the animal made it quietly, the planting season would be favorable. But the guinea pig squeaked non-stop during the last stretch, and when the priest examined its trembling paws, he declared a plague would strike the corn. That year, frost in May. Coincidence? Maybe. But nobody ignored a squeaky delivery after that. You walk with the runners now, descending toward a small village tucked into the crease of two hills. Children come out to greet them, and one squeals, not in fear, but delight, when she sees the guinea pig. She strokes its head and whispers a prayer. The runners hand it to a village elder. He bows, accepts it, then places the animal on a flat stone outside the council house. There, in full view, the guinea pig sits, waiting, watching. Because before any decision is made today about planting or trade or marriage, the villagers will watch the guinea pig. If it stays, good sign. If it runs, rethink everything. Historians might roll their eyes, but the people of these hills didn't need books to trust the instincts of the earth's softest prophet. You sit quietly as the sun crests the ridge. The guinea pig shifts, squeaks once, and stays. Cheers rise. Children dance. Plans proceed. The Chasqui laces his sandals again, tightening the leather straps. He won't take the guinea pig with him this time. His next route is warmer, shorter, less divine. But he pats its head once before leaving, like a comrade. And then he's gone. Just another runner, vanishing down the spine of an empire held together by roads, gods, and, apparently, squeaks on the wind. Section 18. The sun is setting in soft layers now, apricot melting into lavender, shadows stretching long across the palace grounds. You're back in Cusco, following a winding hallway that smells faintly of hay, eucalyptus, and rosemary? You pause. That's not a kitchen scent. You round the corner and find yourself face to face with the royal guinea pig caretakers. You didn't think this role existed, but of course it does. You can't have hundreds of sacred, snuggly, snack-sized furballs wandering the palace without someone managing the mayhem. And make no mistake, this isn't a side job. It's a position of trust, passed through families, whispered into apprenticeships, and practiced with a mix of scientific precision and grandmotherly affection. You step into a room that looks equal parts nursery, spa, and preschool classroom. On the floor, woven mats form little sleeping islands for the guinea pigs. Clay bowls hold fresh herbs. Water drips into tiny leaf-lined channels from carved spouts. The kui are everywhere, some snoozing, some grooming each other, a few investigating the hem of your tunic, like you might be edible. Then, from a far corner, you hear a whistle, low, two-toned, melodic. Every guinea pig stops, turns, listens, and waddles toward it. She enters the room like a myth in sandals. Elderly, straight-backed, wrapped in a cloak of soft greens and browns. In her hands, a carved wooden brush and a folded cloth with tiny embroidered guinea pig heads. She sits. One by one, the animals approach her. No panic. No scurrying. It's choreographed. She picks up a plump white one, places it in her lap, and begins brushing it with slow, deliberate strokes. You watch in awe. It purrs. Her job? It's everything. She cleans them, feeds them, checks their paws for signs of illness, adjusts their diets when their fur goes dull, selects which ones sleep with the Sapa Inca based on temperament and health. If a guinea pig gets twitchy at dusk, that's a no. If it squeaks too loud after dark, also a no. She explains, in a voice like warm wind, that each guinea pig has a schedule. Some are night sleepers, some are heat seekers, some stay quiet unless lightning is near. Those are for the altars. She points to a small group nestled under a fur-draped ledge. That one likes the emperor's feet. That one curls into his neck. This one? She lifts a golden-brown koi with a bent ear. Only sleeps if you sing. You hum. She smiles. These aren't random pets. They're calibrated instruments of comfort. And like royal falconers or horse tamers in other cultures, these caretakers are experts in behavior, breeding, and bonding. Historians still debate the level of organization behind guinea pig care in the Inca palaces. There's little written record, thanks colonization, but archaeological finds suggest designated pens with built-in heating grooves, feeding shelves, and even carved markers showing stylized guinea pigs beside noble insignia. Some fringe theorists believe that Inca astrology played a role in matching guinea pigs to people. Certain kui born under specific moons might have been paired with priests, generals, or royal children. It's speculative, sure, but after what you're seeing tonight, not that far-fetched. You sit down beside the old woman as she gently lifts a young black and white guinea pig into a basket lined with crushed munya leaves. "This one is nervous," she says. "It needs a pre-warmer." You blink. A what? She beckons another apprentice, who lifts the guinea pig and places it under her shawl, against her own chest, close to her skin. "It gets cold," she explains. "We share our warmth, so it knows what to give later." You suddenly remember every time you microwaved a heating pad and feel ashamed. These women are living hot water bottles, empathetic, intentional, offering their body heat to their charges like votive candles made of love. And it works. The guinea pig, pressed close, begins to vibrate gently. Not panicked, content, ready. Later, it will be delivered to the emperor's bed, pre-warmed, emotionally regulated, clean, brushed, spiritually tuned, just like a royal servant would prep a goblet or sharpen a blade. And the koi is prepared for its role, to give peace, to offer heat, to be the final heartbeat he feels before sleep. One of the caretakers hands you a bundle. "Would you like to hold one?" You nod. She places it gently in your lap. It weighs almost nothing, and yet it holds 1,000 years. Section 19. You're still sitting there, cross-legged on a warm mat, with a guinea pig blinking slowly in your lap, like it's settling in for a nap it deeply deserves. Around you, the royal caretakers continue their quiet work, brushing, feeding, sorting, humming. The room smells like sun-dried hay and wood smoke, and for a fleeting moment, everything feels timeless. But then a younger apprentice walks in, cradling a much larger guinea pig. It looks like it ate 3 of the others. It's not fat. It's impressive. Thick fur, broad shoulders. Yes, guinea pigs can have shoulders, apparently. And the calm presence of a tiny mountain monk. The caretakers murmur in approval. Ah, here comes the next lesson. Noble rodent breeding. Because if you thought guinea pigs just happened, think again. In the palaces and temple residences of the Inca elite, guinea pigs were bred with the same selective care and obsession as European nobles bred horses, falcons, and sometimes, let's be honest, each other. This particular specimen is a product of generations of guinea pig matchmaking. And it's not random. Caretakers would observe litters, selecting for specific traits. Calm temperament, long silky fur, rounder heads, unusual colorings. Some guinea pigs were kept for warmth, others for sacrifice, others still for omen reading. And each function demanded a different kind of animal. You watch as the apprentice gently places the fluffy champion into a low stone enclosure, where it immediately begins inspecting its surroundings, like it's preparing for a rodent TED Talk. He's a founder, the caretaker says. You raise an eyebrow. Founder of what? She smiles. New lineage. A breeder guinea pig, a patriarch, a prince of puff. The Inca understood that better guinea pigs meant warmer beds, more accurate spiritual readings, and tastier ceremonial feasts. So they developed lines, bloodlines, essentially, of kui that were meant to serve specific purposes. And yes, some of those lines became prestigious. A temple might proudly say, "Our kui come from the golden-footed line of a Maru." A noble might only accept guinea pigs for marriage dowries that had white crowns and silent births. Silent births? Oh yes. Apparently, some caretakers preferred litters, born with less squealing, believing them to be calmer, more attuned to human energy. Fringe theory? Maybe. But it became part of the lore. Historians still argue whether these breeding programs were centrally organized by the state or more locally managed. Some Spanish chroniclers mentioned kui pens behind the Temple of the Sun, overseen by animal women assigned to care for holy fur beasts. Okay, that's your translation, not theirs, but it feels right. These breeders recorded patterns, not in books, but in song, story, and memory. Mothers taught daughters how to select mates. Elders remembered which guinea pig had survived the frost of 73. Even quipu, those knotted record cords, may have held codes denoting breeding schedules or genetic lines. It wasn't science. It was tradition, but effective. You peek into another enclosure where a litter of tiny guinea pigs bumbles around, their eyes still glassy with newness. The caretaker points out a black and white one. "She'll be a dreamer," she says. "Always chirps before rain." You try not to fall in love. You fail. Next to you, the young apprentice is documenting something on a painted board, marking colors, weights, behavior. The categories are simple, but the meaning runs deep. In this world, rodent genealogy was a tapestry, each thread chosen with care, woven by intuition, patience, and a little bit of whispering to the stars. Some families in the Andes even passed down guinea pig heraldry, specific fur patterns believed to be lucky or spiritually powerful, like a royal crest, but with more twitching. the emperor himself? He received only the finest. His sleep pile was curated. No squeaky upstarts or patchy fur, only the descendants of dreamers and prophets, bred by the hands of those who remembered their mothers and their grandmothers before them. Imagine that. A guinea pig, groomed, fed, sung to, brushed daily. Because one day, it might cuddle next to a king. You look back down at the one in your lap. It's snoring, softly, blissfully unaware that its great-great-great-uncle once helped select the date of a royal wedding based on how loud he squeaked during a thunderstorm. Honestly, you respect it. Because in this palace, fluff isn't random. Fluff is legacy. Section 20. You're walking now through the back halls of the palace, belly full of roasted corn and a suspiciously rich stew you're trying not to overthink. The air has cooled. The walls pulse with flickering torchlight. Every now and then, a guinea pig skitters across the floor ahead of you, trailing hay or a bit of chewed reed, like a drag queen with a wardrobe malfunction. You've made peace with it, but now you're headed toward one of the stranger places in the palace. A room not for ceremony, not for sleep, not even for warmth. No, this chamber is where things get a little awkward. Because tonight, you're exploring the dual identity of the guinea pig as both pet and protein. Yep. Let's talk about the emotional whiplash of cuddling with something that might also end up in your stew. It's a concept that makes modern pet lovers wince. But in the Inca world, it was just reality. You duck into a side chamber filled with the low chatter of cooks and the rising steam of fire pits. A pile of clay pots sits to one side, their lids warm to the touch. A long table holds herbs, dried maize, and several baskets full of very alert guinea pigs. One cook, cheerful, aproned, fingers dusted with maize flour, plucks one up and strokes its back before handing it to another woman, who gently sets it in a separate, quieter basket. "That one's for the emperor," she says. You pause. "To cuddle with?" She grins. "For dinner." Oof. You knew this was coming. But still, ouch. In the Inca Empire, the guinea pig held a paradoxical place in society. It was warmth. It was blessing. It was sacrifice. It was supper. And somehow, no one blinked. To the Andean people, animals weren't divided into neat categories like pet or livestock. That's a modern luxury. In their world, everything had spirit. And everything was sacred when treated with intention. That meant a guinea pig could be both companion and cuisine. One moment, purring beneath your chin. The next, served with hot stones and a side of ají pepper sauce. Historians still argue how emotional the bond was between humans and guinea pigs in this dual role. Did Incan children name their cuy? Did they mourn them? Or did they grow up with a kind of emotional fluency most of us lack? A way to love something fully and still understand its place in the cycle. You wander through the kitchen and find a corner where an old woman sits whispering softly to a guinea pig in her hands. Her words are gentle, grateful. She kisses its forehead, then sets it down into a reed-lined clay pot. A cook moves to cover it, but not yet. First, a pinch of crushed herbs, a sprinkle of salt, and a prayer. This isn't fast food. It's ceremonial consumption, a way of honoring the life that gave warmth, now giving nourishment. And here's the twist. Sometimes the same guinea pigs that warmed the beds of the elite were later served at their feasts. Not in a casual, oops, we ran out of meat way. No. This was planned, intentional, symbolic. Some rituals required the consumption of animals that had been in close contact with the person involved, as if sleeping beside you transferred some spiritual resonance that made the offering more meaningful. There's a chronicler who recorded an emperor requesting the quiet one that warmed my hand during the cold moon to be prepared for his coronation feast. That's not dinner. That's alchemy. Of course, there were taboos. Certain guinea pigs, especially those used in sacred omens, were never eaten. Others, like those born under specific constellations, were spared or buried. But for many, life began in a warm nook under an alpaca blanket and ended in a golden bowl beside toasted maize and a twist of green chili. It's not callousness. It's closure. You step back from the kitchen and find yourself in a narrow hallway. A young servant passes with a basket of sleeping kui. Some will go to the royal bedchamber. Others won't. And yet, she carries them all the same way, gently, as if each one is a story. You think of your own culture, how we struggle to look our dinner in the eye, how we separate pet from food so fiercely that the idea of overlap feels like betrayal. But the Inca, they lived in the gray, in the both and, where love didn't prevent sacrifice, and sacrifice didn't negate love. That night, as you crawl back into your blanket, a familiar guinea pig curls at your side. It squeaks once, then nestles close, its warmth spreading across your chest like a living ember. You wonder, will it still be here tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe not. But for now, it breathes with you, sleeps with you, shares its heat. And you understand, in your bones, that here in the Andes, love is soft, sacred, and sometimes served with herbs. Section 21. It's deep in the night now. The palace is still. Even the guinea pigs have quieted, their chorus of squeaks and purrs dimming to the occasional sleepy grunt or twitch. But in the emperor's bedchamber, something stirs. Not you. Not the Sapa Inca. A guinea pig. It lifts its head, nose twitching, ears perked, still as stone. And then, with a sudden shriek, it lets out a sharp, high-pitched squeal. Every other guinea pig in the room freezes. You bolt upright. So does the emperor. Because here, in the Inca world, a squeal like that isn't just noise. It's a sign. Let's talk about what might be the strangest role of the guinea pig yet. The emperor's alarm system. In the highlands, where spirits were real, omens were everywhere, and every sound carried meaning. Guinea pigs weren't just pets or space heaters. They were sensors, living barometers of spiritual imbalance, hidden danger, and emotional turbulence. And if one squeaked at the wrong moment, people listened. You glance across the bedchamber. A priest is already awake, robe trailing, candle in hand, eyes sweeping the corners. Guards shift uneasily outside. The emperor? He's staring at the guinea pig that squealed. And the guinea pig? It stares back, calm now, but somehow knowing. It's not paranoia. In many Inca households, especially noble ones, guinea pigs were seen as sensitive to invisible disturbances. If they suddenly shrieked or ran without cause, it could mean anything from a nearby predator to a spirit presence. If they froze and stared at a door, someone might be plotting betrayal. If they squealed during a naming ceremony, start over. That name's cursed. One folk belief claimed that guinea pigs could sense the wind of the dead, a chill that passed through houses just before someone fell ill. Another said that if your guinea pig ran toward the kitchen right before dinner, someone in your home was lying. Historians still debate whether this was grounded in the animal's natural sensitivity. Guinea pigs are, after all, prey creatures, hyper-aware of their environment. Or if it was simply cultural layering, superstition piled onto squeaks. But in royal circles, it was taken seriously. So seriously that certain guinea pigs were kept specifically for warning signs. You're shown one now. Black fur, a white streak down its nose, and unusually quiet. She only squeals when something's wrong, the priest whispers. She warned of the fire in the East Hall last year. You stare at her. She stares back. You try not to blink first. These alarm pigs, your term, not theirs, were often selected from birth. Those that exhibited twitchier behavior, unique sleep patterns, or sudden vocal bursts. They were kept near bedrooms, entrances, or the inner sanctum of temples. Some were even trained with ritual herbs to attune them to certain spaces, fringe. Theorists today love this idea, comparing it to early biofeedback systems, animals acting as stress sensors. One paper even called guinea pigs living seismographs of emotional energy. You'd roll your eyes. But right now, in this chilly stone room, where everyone is awake and waiting, it feels real, especially when the second squeal comes. Not from the same guinea pig, a different one, across the room. Then a third, high-pitched, shrill, urgent. The emperor doesn't wait. He signals to his guards, and they exit the chamber immediately. You follow, heart racing, as they rush down a side hallway. At the far end, near a servant's entrance, a figure is spotted, startled, mid-motion, trying to flee. He's tackled, disarmed, dragged away. A would-be thief, or maybe worse. You return to the chamber in silence. The guinea pigs are already settling again, curling back into little cinnamon rolls. Their job done. You sit on the stone bench near the fire pit, stunned, not by the danger, but by the fact that your warning came from a squeak. There's something humbling about it. A palace full of guards, priests, warriors, and gold-plated weapons. And the first thing that saved the king's life? A potato-sized mammal with anxiety and excellent hearing. The priest kneels beside one of the guinea pigs and offers it a sliver of squash. "Thank you, little sister," he murmurs. You think back on your own nights, woken by strange feelings, noises you ignored, instincts you drowned in screens and excuses. Maybe we all need a squeaky sidekick now and then. Someone who listens when we don't, who cries out when danger brushes past our pride. The emperor lies down again. The guinea pigs pile up, closer now, as if the warmth is both physical and emotional, a kind of wordless loyalty. And you realize This wasn't just about warnings. It was about presence, a living, breathing assurance that someone else is watching, that even while you sleep, something soft and alert is keeping vigil by your side. And when the world creaks wrong, it squeaks. Section 22. The next morning, you follow the trail of torchlight down a corridor most visitors never see, narrow, low-ceilinged, and so quiet you can hear your own heartbeat echo off the walls. At the end, a stone doorway opens into a cool chamber, lit only by what slips through a small, square skylight. You step inside and nearly trip over it. A tiny doorway, no more than a foot high, carved neatly into the base of the opposite wall. Just beyond it, a long, shallow trench lined with smooth stones. It bends in gentle loops like a lazy snake, leading to a larger, hollowed space you'd almost mistake for a storage nook. But then a blur of movement catches your eye. A guinea pig, then another. They scurry through the trench, darting in and out of gaps along the base of the walls. This isn't random. It's architecture. Tonight, you're exploring one of the strangest, most overlooked aspects of Inca palace design. The built-in guinea pig runs in royal bedchambers. Yes, your room may have a walk-in closet. Theirs had a squeak-through hallway. Archaeologists have uncovered these peculiar features in multiple high-status residences throughout the Andean region, carefully carved grooves along the base of interior walls, connecting to small openings between rooms and, in some cases, leading directly into sleeping chambers. They weren't drains. They weren't mouse holes. They were, as some researchers argue, purpose-built guinea pig pathways. Imagine it. You're tucked into bed beneath layers of alpaca wool, and from the warm hollow near the wall, a cuy emerges. Not just any cuy, your cuy, the one with the white stripe on its forehead and the curious habit of purring when it rains. It hops up beside you, nestles into the curve of your knee, and all thanks to ancient interior design. You kneel now and peek into one of the stone gaps. It opens into a long tunnel that leads somewhere. You feel a faint warmth drift up from inside. Not fire, not sun. Body heat. The run is active. This was no happy accident. The design served multiple purposes. First, temperature regulation. Guinea pigs huddled in groups along these stone paths, generating warmth that radiated upward into rooms. It was like having a living radiator in your wall. Not just warm, but renewable. Second, mobility and access. Instead of penning guinea pigs in one corner of the home, these tunnels allowed them to move freely between food, nesting spots, and human sleeping areas. Some pathways were even raised slightly, forming cuy highways that linked the palace interior like a rodent metro system. Third, ritual integration. In sacred spaces, these pathways let guinea pigs enter and exit ceremony areas naturally. A cuy squeaking mid-ritual wasn't just tolerated. It was a message, an endorsement, a warning, or, at the very least, an invitation to pay closer attention. You run your hand along the stone. It's polished smooth, not by tools, but by centuries of pause. Historians still argue whether these channels were purely functional or spiritually symbolic. Some believe they were modeled after mountain caves, the sacred wombs of Pachamama, where life emerges. Others say They were just really effective guinea pig logistics. Either way, you're impressed, because in a world without plastic pet tunnels, the Inca built a rodent superhighway out of stone. And they did it without mortar, without concrete, just precision, intention, love. You lie down on the raised platform nearby, just to feel what it's like. A few minutes pass, then soft scuffling. A guinea pig enters the room. It pauses, sniffs the air, then climbs up beside you like it's clocking in for a shift. It curls against your shoulder, and you feel it. The heat, the weight, the comfort. But more than that, you feel the brilliance of a society that didn't just build for themselves. They built for the creatures that warmed their nights, carried their prayers, and warned them of danger. They carved homes within homes, highways in the stone, and love into the walls. Section 23. You're lying there on the stone platform, the guinea pig now snoozing gently against your collarbone, when another joins from the hallway, then another. It's like a silent shift change at a furball factory. They settle beside your legs, your hip, your elbow. You can feel their warmth seep into your muscles, their tiny chests rising and falling in rhythm with yours. And then you notice something else. The sound. You hadn't really paid attention before, not closely, but now it's impossible to ignore. The room isn't silent. It's alive with sound. A strange, lulling harmony of purring, chirping, shuffling, squeaking. The gentle flutter of claws on stone, the delicate rustle of fur as a dozen bodies rearrange. And you realize this is the soundtrack of Inca sleep. Tonight, you're exploring one of the most underrated aspects of guinea pig companionship, the soothing auditory environment they created in ancient Andean homes. Let's be honest, you didn't come here expecting ASMR, but what's happening in this room is a kind of living white noise machine, perfected over millennia. And it works. Inca nobles, royalty, even commoners who shared their homes with guinea pigs weren't sleeping in silence. They were drifting off to a natural lullaby, composed of 100 tiny, rhythmic life sounds, squeak hums, breath chirps, paw scuffles, and the occasional dreamy squeal. It's not just cute, it's scientifically effective. Modern studies have shown that white noise helps regulate sleep cycles, masks disruptive sounds, and improves overall rest quality. And while the Inca didn't have data charts or sleep apps, they had intuition and guinea pigs. Lots of them. You focus now on one particular sound, a soft, low-frequency roar that vibrates faintly against your ribs. One of the guinea pigs is purring, not in a feline way, more like a distant drumbeat muffled by clouds. It repeats every few seconds, constant, comforting. Then another joins. Soon, it's a chorus. Historians still debate the exact meanings behind guinea pig vocalizations. Some say purring is a sign of contentment. Others say it's more complex. Communication, territorial marking, even spiritual alertness. In Inca culture, each sound carried weight. There were words for the squeaks made before sunrise, the chirps made during storms, the grunts before a birth. Some priests even claimed they could tell which guinea pig should be sacrificed, based solely on the rhythm of its squeaks. you find yourself swaying slightly to the ambient noise now. Not because you're sleepy, okay, maybe a little, but because it's oddly musical. There's something here, a tonal landscape that lives inside the walls, follows the warmth, echoes through stone. And imagine the difference between two households, one with only the sound of wind outside and the occasional snore, the other filled with these little symphonies of rustle and squeak, like your room is breathing with you. A fringe theory, totally unproven but charming, suggests that some Inca architecture incorporated acoustic design specifically to amplify guinea pig sounds in sleeping quarters. Hollow walls, domed ceilings, clay floor grooves, not just for heat, but for harmony. The guinea pigs weren't noisy. They were soothing, a kind of living heartbeat for the house. And if you think this is just fantasy, consider that guinea pigs are still used in parts of the Andes today for this very purpose. In rural Quechua homes, they sleep under the beds, nestled in warm hollows. People say they bring peace, that their sounds protect against bad dreams. One elder in a highland village once told an anthropologist, "The night is never empty when the koi are singing." You believe it now. You lie there, eyes closed, surrounded by what can only be described as a rodent lullaby. Not chaotic, not creepy, just natural, like rain tapping leaves or a river chuckling in its sleep. You wonder how many Inca nobles drifted off this way, heartbeats slowing in rhythm with the creatures beside them. How many emperors awoke refreshed, soothed by a night of soft sounds and shared warmth. You wonder if maybe, in a world without clocks or electricity or podcasts, this was what true rest sounded like. Not silence, but life, alive and soft and small and warm. The music of breath, the whisper of pause, the softest choir in the empire. Section 24. You wake to the rustle of straw and the faint clack of wooden sandals on stone. The palace is beginning to stir again, but not with the bustle of nobles or priests. No, this area is quieter, purposeful, warm in ways fire can't explain. You've arrived at the edge of the hot box chambers. Not a nickname, an architectural feature. Today, you're stepping into one of the Inca's most mysterious and genius innovations, the Kui-heated thermal rooms, stone-walled sanctuaries designed to trap and radiate body heat, powered by guinea pigs. Yes, this is where things get toasty. You're led through a low hallway into a rounded chamber carved into the slope of the mountain itself. It's not large, maybe 10 feet across, but immediately your senses react. The air is warmer, denser, and it smells unmistakably of animal and earth and clay. You look down. There they are, dozens of guinea pigs, nestled into stone alcoves along the walls, curled in corners, breathing slow and deep. They don't scatter when you enter. They barely look up. This is their space. You're the guest. A priest motions for you to sit along the wall. The bench is warm, not from sunlight, but from radiant heat stored in the stone, exhaled by fur and fireless design. Because here's the secret of the hot box chamber. It doesn't rely on flame. It's a combination of thermal mass, body heat, and intentional airflow. Let's break that down like a sleepy ASMR science lesson. First, the walls. Thick, rounded, and built from dark basalt. They absorb heat during the day, whether from sunlight, friction, or in this case, dozens of softly roasting rodents. Second, the shape, circular or dome-like, designed to hold the heat. No sharp corners, just curves that bounce warmth back toward the center. Third, the inhabitants, guinea pigs. Lots of them. Their combined body temperature, remember, they run hotter than humans, creates a low, consistent heat source. Like living embers, they huddle, breathe, radiate. Add it all up, you've got yourself a passive heating system that puts most modern greenhouses to shame. Historians still argue how widespread this specific chamber design was. Some believe it was reserved for the elite, spaces where priests or the emperor himself would prepare before rituals, meditating in warmth that came not from fire, but from living presence. Others think it had therapeutic uses, ancient saunas, in a way, where the sick or spiritually unbalanced were brought to sweat out impurities while lying in the radiant fuzz glow of the guinea pig circle. And yes, fringe theorists have compared this to a kind of womb symbolism. Small, warm, full of life, round like the earth's belly. A rebirth chamber, powered by squeaks. You lie back now on the stone, the vibration of purring cooey echoing faintly under your spine. The walls pulse with it. It's like being inside a heartbeat. A servant arrives with a small clay cup, warm water, steeped with coca and mint. She sets it beside you, then places a sleeping guinea pig gently in your lap, as if to say, there, now the ritual is complete. You sip, breathe, listen. This isn't just comfort. It's engineering. While the Spanish were layering themselves in scratchy wool and building chimneys that smoked out their bedrooms, the Inca were curling into key-warmed chambers of living stone, silent, soft, sustainable. You reach out and feel the curve of the wall, smooth, still warm, not hot, but alive. A fringe archaeologist once suggested these rooms were used to pass wisdom, that an elder would sit in the hot box with a young noble, sharing stories and teachings while their breath fogged in the air and guinea pigs curled between them. There are no texts, of course, only a few temple murals showing circles of people, each with a small animal near their chest. No words, just heat. And honestly, that might be the most Incan thing of all. Not teaching through books, but through breath and closeness and the shared warmth of creatures who gave without asking. Tonight, the priest offers you the room to yourself. You curl into a corner. One guinea pig settles at your neck, another beside your feet. The walls hold the day's heat like a secret, and slowly, quietly, you begin to dream in circles. Section 25. When you wake, the heat is softer now, like the last breath of a campfire long after the stories have ended. The guinea pigs are gone, returned to their enclosures, or perhaps to other sleepers, and you're left with the hum of warm stone under your back and a subtle scent of herbs clinging to your clothes. You stretch, and then you hear it. Not a squeak, a chant. Faint, repetitive, carried on the wind from outside the chamber. You follow the sound, weaving through palace corridors until you emerge onto a terrace where the mountains open like a book, and below you, unfolding like a living tapestry, is a pilgrimage, hundreds of people, dressed in every shade of earth and fire and dusk, walking slowly along a winding path carved into the mountainside. Some carry staffs, others bear baskets, bundles, children, and many, more than you'd expect, carry guinea pigs, not in cages, in arms, on shoulders, in specially woven slings that look suspiciously like baby carriers. Because today is an offering day, and the Kui are on the move. This is your introduction to one of the quieter but most enduring traditions of the Incan world: pilgrimage and pelts, the ritual gifting of guinea pigs, both living and prepared along sacred routes. At first glance, it feels surreal. Religious pilgrims carrying rodents, but the more you watch, the more it makes sense. These aren't just supplies. They're gifts, prayers, declarations. You trail down a side path that meets the procession, blending into a group from a distant valley. A woman smiles and holds out her kui for you to pet. It's white, with a single golden stripe down its back. "She was born the day my daughter took her first steps," the woman says proudly. You ask where she's headed. "To the spring at Wiracocha's temple," she answers, "to give thanks." She'll place the guinea pig there, not to be sacrificed, but to be received, taken in by temple keepers, cared for, maybe even allowed to breed. A living offering of gratitude. You walk further, and the pilgrims begin to split off toward different shrines and altars dotting the valley. And at every stop, you see the same pattern: a stone niche, a whispered prayer, a guinea pig, sometimes alive, sometimes not, laid down on woven grass mats or polished ceremonial slabs. The offerings come in all forms. Some are wrapped in bright cloth, tiny tails poking out like punctuation. Others are dried and preserved. Kui pelts, carefully prepared, often dyed with plant pigments, tied with symbolic knots. These aren't eaten. They're stored in ritual bundles or placed at high points to call the mountain spirits. One temple you pass has rows of such pelts lining a wall, fluttering faintly in the breeze. They look like furry flags, or maybe prayer scrolls with ears. Historians have documented this practice with increasing fascination. Some say it was about fertility, offering guinea pigs to bless crops, marriages, and births. Others believe the animals carried the energy of the person making the offering, like a spiritual postcard delivered by paws or pelt. One fringe theory, whimsical but oddly poetic, suggests that kui pelts were once used to map pilgrimage routes themselves, that certain colors or patterns indicated where they'd been left. A tactile memory of the land, retraced each season. You pause near a hillside altar where a family has gathered. The father unwraps a bundle to reveal a guinea pig adorned with beads. He cradles it, whispers something, then places it gently into a shallow niche. They sing together. You don't understand the words, but the sound is soft, circular, a lullaby, a send-off. Nearby, a temple servant nods to you. "This one was for their son," she says. "He left for the mines last spring. This is to guide him home." You watch as the wind picks up, fluttering the fur-lined cloth, carrying their hopes into the valley below. You realize something then. This wasn't about death. It was about connection, maintaining the invisible threads between people, places, and gods. And the guinea pig, small, warm, constant, was the chosen vessel. It made sense. The cooey had already slept beside your heart. Why couldn't it carry your prayer as well? As you turn to leave, another woman hands you a bundle. Inside is a tiny, hand-woven guinea pig doll, stuffed with herbs, stitched with care. For your journey, she says. And just like that, you've become a pilgrim too. Section 26. You return to the palace by twilight. The clouds painted in peach and ash above the rooftops. Your fingers still curled around the little woven guinea pig charm. It smells like munya and dusty maize, and something deeper, like sleep you haven't had yet. But inside the palace, something feels different. Not tense, exactly. Just watchful. You round a corner and enter the outer hall of the scribe's chamber, where ink-stained men sit hunched over folded cloth and clay tablets. They're murmuring. One of them glances at you. "Did you see the mural they're removing?" he asks. You blink. No, you hadn't. So he leads you into a smaller room, its walls newly scraped. In the dust lies a half-peeled fresco, colors faded, but shapes still clear. And in the center of it, a guinea pig, golden-furred, adorned in ceremonial cloth, nestled beside a nobleman's head. Above it, a crown, and beside it, a mocking little doodle, recently added, in unfamiliar paint, a priest's cassock, a tiny cross, a speech bubble saying something that looks like Latin. You're looking at a colonial edit. Tonight, you're entering a more uncomfortable chapter of this story. The Spanish rebranding. How guinea pigs went from sacred companions to punchlines under the stroke of a quill. Let's talk about the colonial rewrite. When the Spanish conquistadors and missionaries took root in the Andes, they didn't just burn temples. They rewrote them. Literally. They painted over murals, scratched out faces, added saints where gods had stood. And yes, they turned the guinea pig into a joke. Why? Because to conquer a people, you don't just take their land. You take their symbols. And in the Andes, the guinea pig wasn't just an animal. It was warmth, spirit, identity, household, and heaven. So of course, the invaders mocked it. Chroniclers wrote of simple villagers worshipping the beasts of their kitchens. They described the Sapa Inca's sleeping habits with curled lips, suggesting even rats held court in their halls. The guinea pig was cast not as sacred, but as silly. A low creature, barely above vermin. You look closer at the mural. One corner shows a caricature, an Inca noble asleep, surrounded by what they look like rats in tiny hats. Another shows a Spanish priest holding a guinea pig at arm's length, nose wrinkled in disgust, while native children laugh in the background. It's not historical. It's propaganda. The Spanish needed to prove that the Inca were primitive, that their gods were laughable, their rituals misguided, their traditions childlike. And what better way to do that than to mock their most cherished creature? So they rebranded the guinea pig as food only, stripped it of its symbolism, reduced it to stew meat and superstition. Temple murals were painted over. Oral tales were silenced. Offerings were banned. But here's the twist. It didn't work. Not really. Because even as the priests preached and the scribes redrew, people still kept guinea pigs in their homes, still warmed their feet by their purring bellies, still whispered prayers when one was born, or buried one with a child who died too young. In secret, in silence, they remembered. You exit the mural room and follow a winding hallway to a lesser-known chapel at the edge of the palace grounds. Inside, a stone altar holds a familiar shape. It's faint, half covered by lichen, but it's there. A guinea pig, nestled beneath a carving of the Virgin, tucked into the crook of a forgotten saint's arm, hidden in plain sight. You realize then that even in colonized spaces, the Inca left whispers, little acts of resistance in paint and stone. You can mock our gods, they seemed to say, but you can't erase what warms our bones. And the irony? The Spanish grew to like guinea pigs. They started raising them, eating them, even exporting them back to Europe, where they became aristocratic pet. Ironic, given how hard they tried to distance themselves from Inca silliness. By the 17th century, you could find guinea pigs in royal households across Spain, England, and France. Fluffy curiosities imported from a world the colonizers never truly understood. You wonder if those nobles knew that the warm little creature in their lap had once been considered divine. Probably not. But maybe, just maybe, those guinea pigs remembered. And maybe, in their silent way, they squeaked the names of mountains and gods and sleeping kings, just loud enough for the stone walls to hear. Section 27. The clouds hang low over Cusco now, gray like wool soaked in shadow. The rain starts as a whisper, then builds to a steady patter against the carved eaves of the palace. You take shelter beneath an overhang, beside a cluster of old women weaving baskets from reeds and humming softly to themselves. And beside them, guinea pigs, still here, still warm, still squeaking. 5 centuries have passed since the first Spanish boots stomped through the Inca capital, but the guinea pigs didn't go anywhere. They didn't flee, didn't rebel, didn't vanish into memory. They endured. This is the story of the rodent resistance. How guinea pigs, those tiny, humble creatures, outlived empires, outlasted mockery, and quietly continued to warm homes and hearts long after the empire that raised them had crumbled. You peer into a nearby house, modern by local standards, but still made of stone, its roof thatched in the old style. Inside, a hearth burns low. A woman stirs a pot. And near the fire, a dozen guinea pigs, not in a cage, not kept outside, but right there, under the bench, beside the kitchen, napping together, like they pay rent. This isn't a recreation. This is normal. Because even now, in rural Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, cuy remain deeply woven into daily life. They are raised for food, yes, but also for warmth, for tradition, for connection. They are still slept beside, still whispered to, still buried with care. The colonizers tried to reduce them to protein, to erase their symbolism. But the people remembered. In the shadows of churches, under layers of acceptable practice, they held fast to their stories. And so did the cuy. You pass a mural freshly painted on a school wall, a bright, cheerful rendering of a guinea pig curled up beside a child. Above it, in bold Quechua letters, Cuscupa, Wasi Kunapi, Winyanmi. It grows in the houses of Cusco. Not lives, grows. Because these creatures weren't just survivors. They flourished. Modern anthropologists now study their resilience with awe. How did a rodent not only survive colonization, globalization, industrialization, but stay culturally central through all of it? Simple. They adapted. Where other symbols were crushed or confiscated, guinea pigs slipped through. Too small to threaten. Too common to ban. Too useful to discard. They didn't resist with rebellion. They resisted by staying useful, by warming cold feet, by feeding hungry families, by squeaking just when you needed them to. And in doing so, they became invisible anchors, tethers to the past, so subtle, no conqueror thought to cut them. You visit a market stall in the city center. There, in a cage, sits a guinea pig the size of a grapefruit, calmly chewing on a stem of parsley. The vendor explains its lineage, descended from Mountain Khoi near Pisac, known for their thick coats and gentle nature. Would make a good bed warmer, she says, only half joking. You ask if she knows the old stories. She laughs. Of course. My grandmother used to say the gods still talk through their feet. You blink. Their feet? She nods. If a guinea pig taps your toe 3 times at night, it means you've forgotten something important. You don't question it. Later, walking through an alley, slick with rain, you spot one scurrying beneath a door. No one screams. No one flinches. This is its city, too. And somewhere out there, in the ruins of royal homes and buried chambers, its ancestors still sleep beneath the stone, warm, remembered, revered. You reach your lodging, curl under thick blankets, and feel the absence of squeaks for the first time in days. It's quieter than it should be, colder. But then you see the charm tied to your pack, the little woven guinea pig from the pilgrimage. You set it by your bed, and in the silence, you swear you hear something, a breath, a rustle, a tiny whisper of endurance that has echoed through every collapse and conquest. We're still here. Section 28. You find yourself in a quiet back room of the museum in Cusco now, though calling it a museum feels too sterile. It's more like a time capsule carved into the earth, its walls lined with stone shelves, each one holding fragments, beads, bones, feathers, and teeth. The air smells like clay and old stories. And there, under a softly flickering display lamp, sits a small box filled with bones. Not human, not bird, not llama. Guinea pig. Tiny skulls, delicate spines, teeth worn down to smooth little arcs. But it's what's next to them that catches your eye. A printout of DNA sequencing charts, color-coded, like a glitchy rainbow. Congratulations. You've arrived at the most high-tech chapter of this fluffy saga yet. The emerging science of ancient guinea pig genetics, and what it reveals about royal preferences, breeding practices, and the surprising sophistication of Inca bioengineering. This is the story of the royal squeak genome. For decades, guinea pig bones were everywhere in archaeological digs, scattered in kitchens, temples, burials. But no one paid them much attention beyond counting or dating them. They were background noise. But in the last 20 years, that's changed. Thanks to advances in ancient DNA extraction, scientists began pulling genetic material from these bones, mapping their genomes, and comparing them to modern guinea pig breeds. And what they found? A secret history of breeding, trade, and possibly imperial cuddling. You lean over a chart as a researcher explains that certain genetic markers, found repeatedly in guinea pigs excavated from elite compounds, aren't present in wild or even common domesticated kiwi. These markers indicate selection, she says. Traits were chosen. Cultivated? What kind of traits? Well, think of everything you've seen so far. Calm temperament, longer fur, unique coloration, quiet vocalizations. In other words, the bedtime favorites, and these weren't just random. The data shows concentrated clusters of guinea pigs with these features in and around royal sites like Cusco and Huanuco Pampa, while more utilitarian types, short-furred, faster-growing, pop up in village and kitchen middens. It suggests a kind of functional breeding divide. Some guinea pigs were destined for stew pots, others for sleeping platforms. And it gets better. When researchers compared ancient DNA from different regions, they found something unexpected: controlled diversity. The empire wasn't just breeding one superkoi. They were managing lineages across distances, trading certain lines from the highlands to the coast and vice versa, probably through state-run breeding stations. One site, unearthed near Lake Titicaca, contained guinea pig remains with a genetic profile almost identical to specimens found hundreds of miles north in Chinchai-Suyo. That doesn't happen by accident. It means someone, probably several someones, was tracking traits over generations. Not with spreadsheets, but with memory, with stories, with the eyes and hands of women who knew that the white patch should cover both ears, not just one. Historians still debate whether this constituted a formal breeding program. But even the skeptics admit, this wasn't random. And here's the part that makes your skin prickle. In one royal grave near a palace site outside of Cusco, archaeologists uncovered a well-preserved mummy of a young noblewoman. Beside her, wrapped in fine cloth and buried with offerings, were two guinea pigs, one black, one golden. Both bore genetic markers not found in any modern breed. They were likely elite bloodlines, now extinct. You stare into the little glass case holding their bones and feel a strange reverence. These weren't just pets. They were heritage, warmth with ancestry, love with a lineage. The researcher offers you a tablet to scroll through 3D reconstructions. You see the fur textures, the digital recreations of coat patterns, even a speculative ancestral squeak range graph. Yes, someone studied squeak frequency. You're welcome. What it shows is simple, but profound. The guinea pigs bred closest to royalty were quieter. Their squeaks didn't spike as high, didn't startle. They purred longer. They were genetically tuned for peace. Imagine that. A creature sculpted over generations, not to bite or fight, but to soothe, to cuddle better, to carry warmth through winter, to sit by a king's ribs without making a fuss. It's like bioengineering by intuition, ancient genetic love letters, written in fur and sleep, and generation after generation of hand-picked purrs. You close the tablet. The museum is still. Outside, the rain begins again, and inside this glass box, beneath the hum of fluorescent lights, lie the quiet remains of a lineage bred not for war or glory or speed, but for comfort and kings. Section 29. You step outside the museum into the highland air, cool, crisp, smelling faintly of wet stone and eucalyptus, and descend the hill path toward the edge of the old city. The buildings here are simpler, less gold, more adobe, but the sense of history hasn't faded. It's just wearing different clothes. Then you hear it, a squeak, then another. You follow the sound, down a cobbled lane, behind a half-collapsed wall, and past a row of laundry lines, fluttering with neon soccer jerseys and heavy wool blankets. You spot them. Guinea pigs. Not in cages. Not in pens. Just there. Free. Feral. Wandering the ruins of a forgotten palace like they still own the deed. And maybe they do. Today, you're entering a realm of living ghost stories, the presence of feral guinea pigs in the ruins of former royal sites. Possibly, just possibly, descended from imperial bloodlines. This is the tale of the runaway royals. Locals in this part of Cusco call them Los Antiguos, the old ones. These are not escaped pets. They're smaller than their domestic cousins, quicker, warier, but unmistakably coy. They dart through broken stone foundations, nest in the collapsed corners of once grand halls. They're not pests, not quite sacred, just always here. A boy leans over the low wall beside you, holding a slingshot. "Don't even try," his sister scolds. "They're protected." "By who?" you ask. "By time," she says, without blinking. You trail deeper into the overgrowth, your feet crunching dried leaves and old roof tiles. At one point, you pass what was clearly once a bedroom. Smooth stone slabs, a raised platform, remnants of carved niches, and under a pile of moss, a guinea pig tunnel, still in use. They've adapted perfectly. Warm burrows where the sun hits at dawn, shared runs under stone drainage channels, nests tucked between pottery shards and the roots of fig trees. No electricity, no caretakers, no bedtime robes or ceremonial songs. But somehow, they thrive. Historians and biologists are increasingly intrigued by these colonies. Some claim they've been here for generations. Others suggest that descendants of royal Khoi simply went feral after the collapse of the empire, forming persistent micro-populations in and around abandoned sites. The genetic evidence is still hazy. But in a study conducted not far from here, researchers trapped several wild guinea pigs near the ruins of an old temple, took fur and DNA samples, and compared them to known domestic and commercial breeds. The results? Unique haplotypes. In other words, a genetic echo. Not quite like any known modern lineage. It doesn't prove they're royal, but it doesn't rule it out. Fringe scholars whisper about the emperor's herd, a speculative idea that a small group of elite Kui, released or escaped during the chaos of the Spanish arrival, went to ground, survived, reproduced, persisted. Not in cages, not in kitchens, in the wild, in the ruins, still guarding the old stones, still curling beside the ghosts of sleeping kings. You pause at a wide stone basin, cracked, but still holding a puddle of rainwater. A black and white guinea pig hops up to its edge, dips its nose, and drinks. You watch. It blinks at you, then vanishes into the shadows beneath a crumbled column. Gone. A woman passes behind you, carrying a bundle of greens. She sets some near one of the stone tunnels. "We feed them sometimes," she says. "Not always, just enough to remind them they're seen." "Why?" She smiles. "Because someone has to remember." In the silence that follows, you realize something. These aren't strays. They're keepers, not of palaces, but of presence, a living link to a world that refused to die, to a time when kings slept in stone chambers warmed by squeaks, when fur meant more than food, when the night hummed with soft paws and even softer dreams. You step back, letting the shadow reclaim the ruins. And as you leave, a quiet thought trails behind you like a tail. Maybe the empire never really ended. Maybe it just got smaller, faster, fluffier. Section 30. You're on the rooftop of an old adobe inn now, wrapped in a blanket that smells of wood smoke and mountain wind, staring at a sky so clear it feels like a trick. Stars are everywhere. Not a sprinkle, a flood. The Milky Way isn't a smear. You can see its texture. And overhead, arcing from horizon to horizon, is something more than light. It's story. Tonight, you're learning that even in the heavens, the guinea pig had a seat among the gods. Welcome to the Kui in the cosmos, the guinea pig constellation. You squint upward. The innkeeper beside you points with a gnarled finger. "There," he says, "above the llama, just to the left of the fox." You see it. Or maybe you do. It's not like the neat little dot-to-dot figures of Greco-Roman myth. This is something older, wilder, more honest. The Inca didn't create constellations by connecting stars. They saw images in the dark spaces between them. The negative space, the shadows. They called them Yana Fuyu, dark clouds. And among them was the Kui, not a rabbit, not a rat, a guinea pig. A small, low-bodied shadow tucked between two arms of the Milky Way. Short nose, round back, tiny paws. If you didn't know what to look for, you'd miss it. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. Historians, astronomers, and Andean elders alike confirm the presence of this constellation in oral traditions. It's often paired with the llama, the fox, and the serpent, part of a celestial bestiary that ruled over planting, rain, birth, and dreams. So what did the guinea pig represent? Home, warmth, the familiar heartbeat. If the llama governed the herds and trade, and the serpent whispered from the rivers, the Kui belonged to the hearth, to the sleeping mat, to the kitchen and the bedroom, and the space under your ribs that wanted comfort after a hard day. One tale goes like this. A boy, lost in the mountains, is caught in a storm. He prays to the gods, shivering. A streak of lightning reveals a small, round shape sitting ahead on the trail. It's a guinea pig. He follows it into a crevice, and there he finds shelter, food, and a warmth that saves his life. That night, the storm clears, and he sees a new shadow in the sky. The koi. It became a protector of travelers, a guide in the dark, a gentle spirit whose only weapon was heat. Other stories say the guinea pig is the soul of Pachamama's laughter, small, constant, ignored by empires, but eternal in the places that mattered. Under the bed, beside the fire, inside the stars. Even the Spanish took note, though they misinterpreted it. One missionary wrote about the idol called El Conejillo del Cielo, the heavenly bunny, associated with fertility and harvests. He missed the point, but even his notes confirmed the presence of the cuy in Incan sky maps. And here's where it gets stranger. Modern astrophotography has mapped those same dark clouds. And the guinea pig? It's still there. A cold, silent silhouette, right where the Andes point. You lean back now, the blanket tight around your shoulders, and breathe in the thin, high air. Your head spins a little. Altitude, maybe. Or awe. You think of all you've learned. The royal cuddles, the sacred sacrifices, the hotbox chambers, and the hidden tunnels, the woven offerings, and the DNA charts. And now you know they're in the sky, too. Watching. Waiting. Reminding. Because what empire puts a guinea pig in its stars? One that understands comfort as power. One that honors softness. One that knows the quietest things often shine the longest. You reach up with your hand, fingers tracing the dark shape against the star river. And though you can't touch it, you feel it. The warmth. Still there. Even in the cold. Even in the cosmos. Section 31. It's your last day in Cusco, and you're doing what most tourists do at the end of a long journey. You're stalling. You linger in the courtyard of your little inn, watching shadows stretch long across the flagstones, wishing your flight could wait just one more day, maybe two. But the owner, an older man with a wool cap and a smile so permanent it's practically carved, motions you over. You've seen the ruins, he says. You've heard the stories. You nod. Then come, he says, and feel the real magic. He leads you through a narrow alley, past the scent of frying oil and the echo of a distant flute, to a quiet home tucked behind a grocery stand. A woman meets you at the door. She doesn't speak, just nods, takes your hand, and guides you into the cuy room. And oh, you were not prepared for this, because tonight you're stepping into the modern survival of it all. The urban guinea pig temples of the Andes, humble, secret, powerful little shrines found in homes from Cusco to Quito, where the ancient love still burns. The room is small, dim, lit by a single candle and the glow of late afternoon light slanting through a woven curtain. You blink as your eyes adjust, and then you see them. Dozens of guinea pigs, not in cages, not roaming wild, arranged like a congregation, nestled in soft bowls of straw and cloth. Some are sleeping. Others sit still, watching you. In the center of the room stands a low altar made of adobe. Upon it, dried flowers, woven figurines, and 3 small bowls, one with water, one with quinoa, one with coca leaves, and a guinea pig, golden, alive, sleeping. You hesitate, suddenly aware that your breathing feels too loud. "This is our Cui Santo," the woman whispers. You ask if it's a pet. She smiles. "He's a guardian." You learn that many households in the Andes maintain small domestic altars dedicated to ancestors, Pachamama, saints, and guinea pigs. Not in isolation, not as deities, but as bridges between the physical and spiritual. In some homes, a particularly calm or unusually marked guinea pig is treated as a kind of living vessel, a creature that hears both ways, who listens to people and gods alike. This isn't worship. It's reverence, a holdover from older times when the Cui curled beside emperors, carried prayers, squeaked omens, and snuggled through the storms. The woman tells you stories passed down from her grandmother. One Cui that refused to eat unless the harvest would be poor. Another that squeaked when travelers lied about their destination. A third that curled up and died quietly the morning her son was born, giving its warmth so he could live. You ask if they're trained. "No," she says, "but they remember." And you get chills, because it's not superstition. Not exactly. It's memory. A living cultural muscle that hasn't atrophied, that pulses still, tucked in rooms just like this, surrounded by flickering candles and little bowls of maize. A scholar once called these guinea pig rooms portable temples, not state-sanctioned, not official, just passed along, home to home, fur to fur. Historians still argue whether these modern rituals are remnants of Inca theology or newer folk practices. But the line is blurry, and in truth, it doesn't matter, because here they are, still here. You kneel beside the altar. One of the guinea pigs climbs onto your knee, eyes bright and unafraid. You reach out, slowly. Its fur is warm, dry, alive. The woman places a flower in your hand and whispers a Quechua prayer. You don't understand the words, but the rhythm is gentle, circular, like a lullaby you once heard in a dream. Outside, the sky darkens. Inside, the candle flickers. And in this little room, barely 10 feet wide, you feel everything you've learned take root in one small truth. The empire never really left. It just changed shape, became softer, quieter, warmer, wrapped itself in straw and squeaks and memory, and waited. Waited in rooms like this, in hearts like hers, in paws like his. Section 32. You're back on the move now, rattling along a winding road in the back of a colectivo van, wedged between a man carrying a basket of oranges and a woman with 3 baby chicks in a cardboard box. Your knees are numb. The altitude is messing with your ears, and your window won't close, but you don't care, because in your lap, nestled under your scarf, is a tiny, handmade guinea pig effigy carved from soapstone. The woman from the temple gave it to you. "For your next journey," she said. And just like that, you've stepped into the long tradition of Cui talismans, amulets, carvings, charms, and miniatures crafted to carry warmth, luck, and protection. Today, you'll explore the vast and fuzzy world of guinea pig iconography, and how the shape of a Cui has been carved, molded, stitched, and blessed across centuries as a symbol of survival. You cradle the stone charm in your palm. It's small, maybe 2 inches long, smooth. Its back curves just right into your thumb. It's got little indents for ears, and a tail so tiny you almost miss it. You've seen versions of it everywhere. In market stalls, woven into belts, hanging from rearview mirrors, tattooed discreetly on ankles, inked onto clay pots, scratched onto bronze coins. The guinea pig is everywhere, and not just as a nod to local cuisine. These symbols go way, way back. Archaeologists have uncovered pre-Incan quipay figurines dating to as early as 500 BCE, particularly among the Moche and Nazca peoples. Many are stylized, abstract, but the features are unmistakable. Rounded body, blunt nose, upright ears. Some are made of gold. Some are burned black from fire rituals. One was found clasped in the hands of a mummified child, placed there, it seems, for comfort in the next life. Historians still debate the precise meanings of these artifacts. Were they toys? Totems? Trade objects? Offerings? But when you hold one in your hand, as you do now, it doesn't feel like a toy. It feels like a promise. A whisper of, "You'll be warm tonight." You pass through a small village now, and the van stops to let someone off. A teenager with earbuds climbs in, and hanging from her backpack zipper is, you guessed it, a plush guinea pig keychain. You smile. Some things don't change. In towns where Catholic saints now rule the calendar, the old symbols survive not in opposition, but in parallel. It's not unusual to see a guinea pig amulet tucked beside a rosary, or a cooey charm stitched into a wedding dress hem, just in case. And let's not forget the Akeko. He's the Andean god of abundance, the little fat man who carries tiny versions of everything you want in the new year. Money, bread, houses, and yes, guinea pigs. Not always a whole koi. Sometimes just a figurine. Sometimes a tiny pelt tied with red string. It's not macabre. It's tradition. It's continuity. It's a wink from the past that says, we're still watching, still squeaking. You remember something else now, from a street vendor who sold tiny clay scenes called retablos, little diorama altars, each one a box full of color and chaos and sacred everyday life. In one, you saw Jesus at the Last Supper, surrounded by apostles, and a roasted guinea pig on the table. Yes, really, because even in Christian iconography, adapted to Andean culture, the cooey made the cut. Quite literally. It wasn't a joke. It was a translation, a way of saying, he was one of us, he ate what we eat, he lived among our animals. And you realize something. These talismans, these carvings, these symbols, they aren't decorations. They're anchors, small, portable echoes of a larger truth. That comfort matters, that warmth is sacred, that even when empires fall, fur remains. The van jolts as it hits a bump. Your guinea pig charm jumps a little in your palm, then settles again. You don't tuck it away. You keep it right there as the road winds higher and the mountains loom like stone elders. Because you're not just carrying a souvenir now. You're carrying a story. Section 33. The van pulls into a small mountain town just as dusk begins to unravel across the peaks, like someone softly shaking out a woolen shawl. You step off, stretch your legs, and breathe in the scent of eucalyptus, rain-wet soil, and the faint tang of roasted corn. You've come here for something special, something a little strange, a festival, but not the loud, tourist-drenched kind with parades and camera phones. No, this one's quieter, more intimate, more squeaky. Tonight, you're attending the Fiesta del Cuy Bendito, the blessing of the guinea pigs. Yes, it's real. And yes, it's amazing. You follow the sound of music, soft flutes, tinny drums, a woman's voice in high, wavering song, through narrow streets lit by candles tucked into cracks in the stone walls. The town seems to glow from within. Every doorstep has a cloth bundle, every window a flicker. At the village square, it becomes clear. This isn't just a celebration. It's a ceremony. Dozens of people have gathered, cradling guinea pigs in their arms. Children hold them like dolls. Elders cradle them like heirlooms. The animals are wrapped in small woven cloaks, some plain, some embroidered, some dyed bright red with cochineal or deep purple from mashua flowers. You can't help it. You grin, because what you're seeing is pure joy wrapped in fur. At the center of the square stands a priest, not in full liturgical gear, but wearing a cassock under a poncho. He lifts a wooden cross in one hand and a bundle of herbs in the other. He begins to speak in Quechua, voice steady, words rounded by the cold air. You catch only bits, but you hear them. Warmth, home, thanks, protect. He sprinkles water on the koi, waves the herbs in long, smoky arcs, and then he begins the procession. The people circle the square, singing, the guinea pigs blinking wide-eyed from their carriers. You notice something beautiful. No one laughs. No one rolls their eyes. This isn't silly. It's sacred. The blessing of the Kai is a fusion of old Inca practice and Catholic tradition, a ritual of gratitude and protection for the animals, for the homes they live in, for the warmth they bring. Historians still argue whether the ceremony stems more from indigenous rituals or post-colonial adaptations. But the people here don't argue. They just keep walking. Some will bring the animals back home after this, to cuddle beside and feed with fresh greens. Others may cook them, yes, but only after honoring them, after blessing them. You feel a shift in your understanding, because this isn't about sentimentality. It's about balance. The Kui aren't pets in the modern Western sense. They aren't livestock in the industrial sense either. They exist in a sacred middle space, companions with purpose, symbols with breath. They warm beds and bellies and hearts. And tonight, the whole town says thank you. You're handed a guinea pig. Not yours, not for keeps, just to hold. It's warm, breathing fast. A little scared, maybe, but as you run your thumb gently along its back, it leans into your palm. The priest approaches, sprinkles a few drops of water, murmurs something you don't understand, and somehow you still feel it. Blessed. You look up. Above, the stars are beginning to emerge, peeking through the dusk like shy children at the edge of a ceremony. And there it is again, the dark shape in the Milky Way, the Kui, watching, nodding, maybe even smiling. You hand the guinea pig back to the little girl it belongs to. She tucks it into her poncho and beams. "Gracias," she says. "No," you whisper. "Thank you." Because this whole trip, all the tunnels and purring and murals and bones, has been building to this. A quiet square, a soft song, and a living creature, warm in your hands, blessed by centuries of memory. Section 34. You wake early the next morning, bundled in thick blankets beneath a sloped thatch ceiling, the smell of wood smoke still clinging to the air. For a moment, you forget where you are, until you feel something warm nestled behind your knee. You freeze, then smile. It's one of the household's guinea pigs, curled up, dreaming, completely at ease beside a complete stranger. You don't move, not yet. You lie there, listening to the faint cooing of doves on the roof, the hush of the wind slipping under the door, and the quiet, rhythmic puh, puh, puh of a purring koi. You've been sleeping with guinea pigs for weeks now, and it still hasn't gotten old. But this time, as you lay there, a question arrives, soft, unannounced. What did the guinea pigs get out of it? So far, this has been a human-centric tale. How we slept better, felt warmer, whispered our prayers into fur, and wrapped our dreams around tiny ribs. But tonight, your last night before heading down the mountain, you wonder what it was like for them. Let's explore the unlikely idea of the guinea pig's choice. The possibility that these creatures weren't just passengers in Inca life, but participants. It sounds strange at first, but think about it. These weren't animals locked away or forced into cohabitation. They weren't hunted in the wild or tethered to posts. They lived inside homes, freely moving, choosing where to sleep, when to curl up beside a human's chest, when to squeak, and when to hide. And they stayed, generation after generation, not because they were trapped, but because they thrived. In fact, guinea pigs don't do well in isolation. They need warmth, contact, sound. Andean homes, made of stone and earth, filled with human voices and hearths, offered exactly that. Historians still debate whether ancient Andeans intentionally bred guinea pigs to be more human-friendly, or if the animals simply self-selected into domestication by choosing comfort over wilderness. The answer, like most things, is probably both. But what's clear is this: the relationship wasn't one-sided. You think back to that ancient DNA study, the one where they found genetic markers for calmness and quiet. That didn't come from cages. It came from coexistence, from generation after generation of tiny creatures choosing to sleep beside us. And if they were more than tools or tokens, if they were companions, then maybe, just maybe, they weren't just helping us sleep. Maybe we were helping them feel safe. Because safety, in a world of predators and scarcity and cold nights, is everything. And what is a home, if not mutual safety? You sit up slowly now, careful not to disturb the little sleeper at your knee. He stirs anyway, blinks, stretches, and climbs off the bed like he owns it. Which, let's be honest, he kind of does. Downstairs, the family is already preparing breakfast. A pot of quinoa simmers on the fire. Children giggle in another room, and 3 guinea pigs sit under the stove, soaking up heat like sleepy monks. You've entered a home like this before, and it won't be the last. These places aren't rare. They're everywhere, not just in the Andes, not just in ancient ruins, but wherever people understand that life is better, softer, when we share our space with something small, warm, and alive. When we let our homes hum with presence, and when we let ourselves be reminded, nightly, that the world is still full of tiny things that trust us. You think about heading back to your own bed, back in your apartment, or city, or wherever life has paused for you. It's probably cold, probably quiet, probably lacking in squeaks. But you'll take something with you, not just the soapstone charm, or the memories, or the smell of eucalyptus in your sweater. You'll take a new sense of what it means to make a resting place. And maybe, just maybe, someday soon, you'll have a little creature of your own curling behind your knees, not because you want to feel royal, but because you've learned. Sometimes the greatest luxury isn't silk or gold. It's a heartbeat, small, steady, and perfectly in sync with yours. Section 35. You're heading down from the mountains now, the valley unfolding beneath your bus window like a slow exhale. Terraced hills shimmer in the morning light. Llamas dot the distant slopes like misplaced chess pieces. And for the first time in a while, you feel a little lonely. No guinea pigs on this ride. No warm purrs at your feet. Just you, your pack, and the memory of dozens of tiny hearts beating in harmony with your own. It's a fitting time to end the journey. But before we say goodbye, let's drift together through the last dream thread of this story, the one that stretches far beyond the Andes, across oceans and centuries, into your world. Tonight, we end with the tale of how guinea pigs went global, and how, even far from the mountains that cradled their legend, they've never truly left their throne. Because if you live anywhere with a pet store, you already know guinea pigs are everywhere now. Fluffy, cheerful, and probably named something like Cinnamon or Sir Squeak-a-Lot. But you may not know that their journey from Incan bedmates to global darlings was never accidental. Let's rewind. When the Spanish arrived in the Andes, they didn't just take gold and silver. They took plants, animals, and curiosities. Guinea pigs, then still called by their Quechua name, Kwai, were brought back to Europe by the mid-1500s, not as food, as exotic pets. Queen Elizabeth I herself allegedly had one, a fuzzy companion nestled among the lace and velvet of the English court. Portraits from the 16th century even show children cradling the little creatures in their ruffled arms. They were novelty at first, then aristocratic obsession, tiny, silent, clean, and adorable. That's a royal combo in any era. And as trade routes expanded, so did the guinea pig's kingdom. They reached Asia, Africa, the Americas again. This time, not through empire, but through affection. Historians still debate whether their rapid popularity was due to their temperament, appearance, or something deeper. A kind of subconscious memory passed down from all those years, warming hearts beneath the peaks of Peru. But what's clear is this: wherever guinea pigs go, people fall in love with them. Even today, in homes across the world, people build elaborate enclosures, sew tiny clothes, and record hours of squeaky videos with views in the millions. Children fall asleep with the guinea pigs on their pillows. Artists paint them as saints. Some folks even celebrate cavey Christmas. Yes, it's real, but perhaps the most astonishing thing, even in their modern, global form, after centuries of breeding and renaming and memification, they haven't changed much. They're still warm, still gentle, still prone to curling into the crook of a knee or nestling into a hoodie pouch when the world feels a little too loud, still offering that ancient comfort even when we've forgotten how to ask for it. You gaze out at the mountains one last time. They're fading now, swallowed by distance and time. But you know something secret now. You know that in 1,000 homes, temples, and storybooks, something small and sacred still curls up beside us in the dark. Not just a pet, a presence, not just a rodent, a reminder that kingdoms can be quiet, that royalty can purr, and that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is offer someone your warmth. You smile to yourself, and somewhere in your bag, wrapped in a scarf and a bit of straw, your soapstone charm squeaks silently, as if to say, "Long live the king." Wind down. Now let's settle in, friend. Take a long, deep breath and let it out slowly. The journey is over now. The high mountain passes, the winding palace halls, the stone-warmed chambers where emperors once curled beside creatures with hearts no bigger than a walnut. All of that fades into the soft glow behind your eyelids. Let yourself feel the warmth, not just the physical kind, but the kind that hums gently beneath your ribs. The comfort of knowing that long before you were born, people already understood something so simple, so profound, that they built entire rituals around it, that sharing warmth is holy, that stillness is sacred, that kindness can be four-legged and furry and full of ancient memory. Let the stars of the Andean sky drift above you now, dark shapes dancing between them. Llamas, foxes, the serpent, and yes, the little koi, watching over dreamers like you, just as it watched over kings. Your bed is no less royal tonight. The silence around you, a throne room, the soft hum in your chest, an empire of peace. Sleep comes easily now, quiet, steady, like the rhythm of paws across a stone floor, like breath in straw, like the echo of stories told again and again because they never stop mattering. So let go, sink in, and know that somewhere out there, in a tiny mountain town or the palm of a child's hand, the legend lives on, still squeaking, still sacred, still home. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.